Welcome in this video, a year in review. The year, of course, is 2021. A video in which I will talk about every film of 2021 I've been able to see from the bottom of the barrel until the very best. This video is going to be extremely long, most likely the longest on the channel, because I've seen around 50 films from 2021, so that's going to take an awful lot of time to discuss all of them, but there will be a chapter anyway, so you will be able to jump from one film to another. Before I start, also two more information. I will include films which usually I'm not really discussing most of the time, that is American or European productions. I think it's just simpler this way, and that gives me an opportunity also to discuss about some films I find interesting for different reasons, and which in general I would not do, but anyway, I want to do it in this case. And also the second information, there will be spoilers, so if you want to remain virgin about any of those films, you better avoid watching the video. Come back later after having seen them, or have a quick glimpse if you are really curious, but be careful, because sometimes I will go full spoiler. You are warned. So let's start right now. As I said, it's going to be very long, so better not waste much time. And I start from the very lowest, the worst film of 2021, which is for me A Hero's Return, also known as Operation Bangkok, directed by Yip Wing Kin. Hero's Return. So who are the heroes who are returning here? It's actually a fairly big action star, namely Yun Biao. So Yun Biao in Cantonese, the brother from the China Drama Academy of Sammo Hung, of Jackie Chan, of Corey Yun, who was a pretty big star from action cinema, Hong Kong action cinema in the 80s and the 90s. And if you remember well, if you know his filmography well, you know that starting from the second half of the 90s, I would say his career went downhill quite steeply. And he kind of vanished, and he has made some repeated comeback over the years. He came back, I think it was around mid-2000 for a fairly cheap films called A Boxer's Story. He came back also to do Robin Hood for Benny Chan with his brother Jackie Chan, and then he vanished again for a while, and he has done another of his comeback with this film, Hero's Return. But as you can sense, as I've put this movie at the very worst of 2021, it's a very sad return. If you are a fan of Yun Biao, be warned, just don't watch this film. You are going to be depressed after watching it. He basically does nothing action-wise. There is really nothing from him. He's just moved from one place to another. He dies in a completely ridiculous way. I mean, there is no heroic there. And actually, the real hero of the film is not really Yun Biao, it's Ray Loy. Ray Loy, who is another regular from the Hong Kong film industry, who was a minor star from the 80s and 90s, and who still work quite regularly nowadays. He's actually in a very good term with Donnie Yen, and he has appeared in recently in Raging Fire and a few other Donnie Yen films. And Ray Loy is a good actor, but that's a bit the same problem as with Yun Biao. I mean, those action stars from this era, they are not getting any younger. And so it's as ridiculous to see them trying to do what made them so popular and so successful in the 80s, 90s, doing the same, but when they are in their 50s, 60s, it just doesn't work. It's the same result as with Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 4 or Star Wars 7. I mean, it's actually sad watching it, and so you have exactly the same thing happening here with this Heroes Return. I'm thinking, for example, of a scene in a parking fight. I mean, it's a classic from Hong Kong film in the 80s, Hong Kong action films. And you have a shot where you see supposedly Ray Lloyd, but it's obviously his double, running to chase somebody and jumping over a car, and he does it very with a lot of fluidity. I mean, it's very smooth. And then you have the shot following, which is on the other side, and you see really Ray Lloyd in this case running, continuing the action which had been made by his double, but you can clearly see that the way he runs, it's much slower, much more clumsy compared to his double, and so it doesn't fit at all. And I think it's very symbolic of the film in general. Maybe it could have been saved if there was a clever way to integrate their age or to do things a bit more smartly, but this film is a DTV, is a Chinese DTV. It's actually technically a co-production, a Hong Kong Chinese co-production, but it was made for video market, something which we will discuss in further details. And so, of course, they don't have huge budget, and it's really made to capitalize on movies, on a bit of commando movies. So there is a big Rambo 2 vibe to the film, but with no imagination, with uninspired action scene. You also have Kathy Cho, if you are fond of the Hong Kong film industry of the 90s. She was a bit popular during that time. But the same, I mean, it's quite awful to see those actors you have liked to be in this kind of very cheap and very exploitation film without any ambition, without any talent when it comes to the direction, the action, or the script. So it's a sad viewing, and as I said, if you are a fan of Yuen Bu, if you are a fan of Ray Lloyd, I would advise you strongly actually not to watch the film. It will be better for you, believe me. Another mediocre film, it's a Brazilian film actually, called Yakuza Princess, directed by Vicente Amorim. Yakuza Princess, it's the story of a girl who is in Brazil, from Japanese origin, and she will embark into a quest to get some kind of a sacred weapon, a sacred katana, and she's going to be chased by different people in this enterprise, including a Yakuza from Japan. On the paper, I think it's actually an interesting concept, and I'm somebody who really like films which try to combine different culture, the kind of the shock of culture aspect. And so here, to have some elements from the Japanese Yakuza films and to have them transposed into Brazil with a few more ingredients, I think it's actually an interesting concept. On the beginning of the film, the very first fourth, I would say, is intriguing enough. You find the usual tropes of Yakuza films, and then you discover this night Brazil, which is evocative enough for you to be curious about the rest of the story. But then it transforms very quickly into a kind of a long chase with very nebulous objective, with characters who just appear from nowhere and you don't really understand why they are there, what they are trying to do. It seems it's an adaptation from a comic book, so maybe the comic book explains a lot of these aspects, but in the film it's very vague and very unclear, and you are very quickly puzzled about what is happening there. At the same time, this shock of culture aspect, which should have been the strength of the film, doesn't really play as strongly as you would like it to. For example, the Brazil being shown here is lacks personality. Actually, it could be almost anywhere in the world, and there is not much of the specificity of Brazil or the specificity of Asian community in Brazil, and so it ends up feeling quite bland. And so, as I said, the story at the same time is quite vague, and so you don't really know what's happening. You get bored very quickly, especially at some point, like half point of the film, I would say. They go in the countryside, and they are hiding in a retirement home, I would say, and then things get very slow, very slow, to the point where you are just bored watching that. And the end is not really much better. You have a gunfight in a cemetery, which makes no sense when it comes to the geography of the place, and the action is just badly shot. So it's a disaster ending, I would say, for a film which started with a lot of promise, with a lot of intriguing elements, but just it doesn't deliver, it doesn't succeed, and that's why it's one of the worst film of 2021 for me, unfortunately. I moved to a Hong Kong film called Ladies Market, directed by Kwan Wing Chung. Ladies Market for me represent the worst of this kind of new generation of Hong Kong film. You probably know by now, if you don't, just check some of the video I did on the subject, that Hong Kong cinema nowadays, and I'm saying the pure Hong Kong cinema, so Hong Kong cinema without any investment from the mainland, is pretty poor, for the simple reason that there is just not much money left. And so the films which are produced specifically for the Hong Kong market tend to be comedy, romance, and social films. In this genre, actually, there have been some fairly successful films, and you also have now for quite a few years a government initiative for first-time filmmakers, so giving them money, limited amount, but still money, in order for them to be able to direct their first film. And this government initiative actually has given some very good results. You had films like Weeds on Fire, you had films like Simply Human. I think I'm forgetting the title. Well, the movie with Anthony Wong and his domestic helper. You had also My Prince Edward. You had quite a few, quite many actually, films made under this initiative, which were really interesting and were worth the effort. But sometimes you have some which are not, and I think that's the case of Ladies Market. The story in itself had potential, a bit like Yakuza Princess in a way. It's basically following several characters in the Ladies Market. So the Ladies Market, it's a place in Mongkok, on the Kowloon side, where you have a lot of different little stalls selling a lot of things for tourists. Most of the time you really have a lot of a wide array of goods there, from clothes to bags to posters to toys, a lot of stuff there. And so we follow different characters in this environment, and most of them come from a grassroots background, and they are just trying to survive there. And the main focus of the story is actually a kid and his adopted father, let's put it this way, who is played by Liu Kai-chi, a very good actor. And this kid is not going to school, so he's living in this environment, in this Ladies Market environment, and sometimes he has a very rosy vision of this environment, and he's known, of course, by all the people there. And he has a tendency also to lie easily, which is a problem for his adopted father. And this boy is going to find a girl who has been kidnapped and that's going to lead to more intrigue, and that's a way to show. It's just that the main storyline, this kidnapping storyline, but it's not really treated very seriously, and it's just an excuse to go from one character to another and to see the difficulty of living in this environment, and trying also to show this environment as fairly positive with good people around. So the intentions are good, but the execution is completely lacking. It looks cheap, it's very cheesy, extremely cheesy. It's not very well acted, and especially the boy. The boy is actually very annoying, and so all the good intentions are not on the screen, and on the screen you only have the worst of this kind of pseudo-social, very naive, very cheesy kind of first-time film, and so it's, I won't say it's a disaster, because you have people like Yukaichi and you have, as I say, the good intention, but it's still a failure at the end. The quintessential bad social film in the current atmosphere of the Hong Kong film industry, and so I would certainly not advise you to watch it, especially as this program has generated some much better film, and we are going to talk about one of them much later. But Ladies Market, unfortunately, no, that's not going to be a recommendation in my book. I moved to a South Korean film called What Happened to Mr. Cha, directed by Kim Dong-kyu. Who is this Mr. Cha? Mr. Cha, it's actually Cha In-pyo, so a fairly famous actor who is playing his own part there. The film is a kind of a comedy with a bit of a docu-drama, semi-drama aspect. It's very self-reflective. And so Cha In-pyo, as I said, is playing his own part, and he's playing it for laugh as an actor who is getting older and who has difficulty to find a new wind for his career, and who is trying to do different things in order to get a new energy, a new start, and becomes and keep being the star that he was, and that is slowly fading. And at some point he's going to be stuck in a gymnasium. He's going to take a shower there, but the gymnasium is going to be destroyed, and he's going to be stuck in the rubbles of the gymnasium, and he's going to be in contact with his cell phone with his assistant, and he will ask him to help him to be saved from this situation, but not officially, because if that happens, then it's going to be a very bad publicity for him, and he doesn't want that. The start of the film is okay, I would say, because you can see that there is a lot of references to the real career of Cha In-pyo, and it's fairly amusing. It's not very subtle, it's not very deep, especially when he meets some fans, and of course the fans are very annoying. It's not very subtle at all, but it kind of works until the first third of the film, until when he's stuck under the gymnasium, and then the film completely falls apart. It becomes completely, it stalls basically. It doesn't move anymore. He's just stuck there talking to different people. The suspension of incredulity is very hard to keep, because he's there under the rubble. I mean, his life is at stake, but as I said, he doesn't want the authority to be warned and to be safe because of the publicity. And I think it's very hard to believe. I mean, if you are really in this situation, you are aware that your mobile phone is going to run out of battery very soon, and your life is at stake, and you are ready, I think, to get a bit of bad publicity, and not much actually, in order to be saved. But as it is really the main concept of the film, you have to swallow this idea, and I've had it very hard to swallow. And the rest is just not very funny. He's just on the phone with his ex-wife, with a TV host. but it's not funny. He has an argument with his assistant who is trying to be discreet, trying to locate him, but it's uninspired. It's just not funny. Sometimes you have better ideas. There are like 2 or 3 scenes during which you see him in his mind with some different symbols from his success as an actor, and it gives for a creative and funny vision, but it doesn't last very long, and it's certainly not enough to save the film as a whole. It's just very quickly pretty dull, and I think it's only interesting if you are a fan of Cha In-pyo. If you are not, there is really no need for you to check the film, because it's just boring and dull for the very most part. So another film to avoid for this year 2021. Another uninteresting film, but for a very different reason, it's the Dynasty Warriors, directed by Roy Cho. So this one is a very big production, one of the biggest Hong Kong Chinese co-production adaptation of a very famous video game saga, Japanese video game saga, but based on the very famous Three Kingdoms story. And certainly there have been a lot of money being put in this production. The costumes actually are pretty good. The sets also are very good looking, a bit ostentatious, which is quite typical of this kind of Hong Kong Chinese big blockbusters. But you can see at least that the crew and the artistic director has made a pretty hard work on this aspect. The film is also shot in New Zealand and not in China, which brings a different kind of landscapes compared to what we are used to. I think it actually doesn't work. I think it looks too much like New Zealand and not enough like China, but at least they try to do something a bit different. But the main problem of the film is first the story, which is very basic, trying to get some super weapon in order to beat the bad guy. That's pretty much it. There is really nothing interesting, nothing deep there. At the same time, you have actors who are either very bland, which is the case of the 2-3 main characters, or actors who just don't care. And I'm thinking there of Louis Koo, who is playing the main bad guy. He's just in automated pilot. I think he just wants to have his check in order to finance his own production, and there is really nothing more there. And even Roy Cho, I mean, his direction is very lackluster. A lot of CGI, of course, as it is the case in most of those big blockbusters, but just with no imagination, with no creativity. It's just people going in the air, having this kind of video game effect. In a way, I guess there are, in some ways, it adapts the original material, but it does it in such an uninspired way that you are never committed into the story or into the action. There are big battles, but they are just without any personality, with no edge. It looks artificial, it looks fake, and the same goes for the direct fight, the direct fist fight or weapon fight between the different characters. There is a lot of things happening, a lot of special effects, a lot of sound effects, but it just doesn't tell anything. It doesn't say anything to you. It doesn't really make you interested in the action, and it just looks like a technical demonstration, but without any heart there. So it's a movie which has no heart. The money is there, but you are never committed. You are never interested in what happen on the screen. And it's also quite sad, I guess, for Roy Cho's career. I actually kind of like what he did when he started films like Murderer. I thought was okay, but each time he's directing a new film, it gets worse and worse. I think he didn't do a great job with his Wong Fei-hung Rise of the Legend, but at least it was trying something different. And then he did, I think it was Knockout, the boxing film in mainland China, which was super melodramatic. And with Dynasty Warriors, it's even worse. I mean, it's probably his worst film ever. I don't know. Maybe he should just try to do something a bit smaller scale, a project which he's really interested in. Maybe one of the few saving grace of the film is the soundtrack. Yusuke Atano has really tried to incorporate some of the aspects of the video game. I think the result is mixed, but I'm a bit partial there. I think Yusuke Atano is a talented musician and composer, and I think he really tried his best, and you can hear his interview on the channel, so that's why I'm a bit not very objective there. But in any case, his work is not enough to save this unfortunate disaster that is Dynasty Warriors. Then we have 1921, directed by Wang Jianchen and Zhang Dacheng. 1931, it's the story of the creation of the Chinese Communist Party. Obviously, it is a propaganda film. And the good point of Chinese propaganda film nowadays is that they have a lot of money. So it's a bit like Dynasty Warriors when it comes to the look. The film is actually quite okay. They did a good job when it comes to recreating the Shanghai of the 1920s, the French concession, these kind of things. The film looks pretty good. And if you like this time period of the Chinese history, maybe it's worth a look. But otherwise, if you are not, and if you just want to watch a good film, I would advise not to watch 1921. As I said, it's a propaganda film, so the goal is to show the event in a very positive light, on a very simplistic light as well. And so it does, and you have a lot of characters, you have a lot of events, but without any passion, without any interest really for what is happening there. There are of course many famous people, the most famous being a young Mao Zedong, but they are all shown in an idealized way, which I find personally unbearable. I hate when they do that. And so here in this case you would have Mao Zedong, who is very light in his attitude, always smiling, always with a good attitude, always willing to help. This kind of extremely idealized version with already a clear idea of what he wants to do for China. It's so fake. and that's the case for all the characters and the events. So I actually think that there are some interesting stories about that time of China, in the history of China. It was actually a very rich time period with many different ideology being discussed, many things happening. It was extremely active intellectually back then, and I think if a movie shows this atmosphere, it could really be interesting, but you need to find a way to be emotionally engaging and also to show the different perspective. And of course that's not the case here. It's overly simplistic, and the goal is just to show the Chinese Communist Party and its founders in the best light possible. And so at the end, when I watch a film like this, I'm wondering who really care about such a film. Actually, the answer is pretty simple. It's the officials of the Communist Party who have asked for the film to be made on the people who are hardcore Chinese Communist Party followers, the people who read China Daily and believes everything which is put there, but that represents a very small amount of people, and a normal audience who just wants to watch a good film or to be entertained. They are not going to have this wish fulfilled with 1921. Quite the opposite. They are going to be bored because it's over 2 hours long and there is not many exciting things at least, happening there. And the people who are interested into Chinese history, they are not going to like the film either, because while the main story, the main structure follows indeed the real events leading to the Chinese Communist Party creation, there are a lot of twists or little alterations which have been made in order to make it more politically correct with the time that we are nowadays. And so if you are an historian, or if you have an interest for that, which is my case, it's actually a very frustrating experience, because you are going to be annoyed by all the change that they have made, and they have made a lot. And so it's not pleasant at all either. I think the only way for you to be interested in watching 1921 is if you want to know how the Chinese Communist Party want to look, the image it wants to project. In a way, 1921 is the ultimate symbol of the image that they want to project. And so if you are into this subject, I guess the movie can be interesting, but otherwise really there is no reason to bother. It's a mediocre film. As a film, it's a propaganda piece, and that's it. I mean, really, there is nothing more which can be said about 1921, and so I would not really recommend you, except, as I said, if you are interested in the self-image of the Chinese Communist Party. Now we move to Japan with a film called Brave Gunjyo Senki, directed by Katsuyuki Motohiro. Brave Gunjyo Senki, it's a manga adaptation, as it is often the case of Japanese film nowadays, but it's actually a variation on the concept of G.I. Samurai. So G.I. Samurai, a film from 1979, produced by Kadokawa, a huge budget with Sonny Chiba in the lead, one of the very best Sonny Chiba films in my opinion, which saw a group of soldiers, Japanese soldiers, being sent back in time during the Sengoku era, so this civil war, middle age of Japan era, and who has to survive and to adapt in this new environment. And with Brave Gunjyo Senki, you have exactly the same concept, but instead of having soldiers, you have high school being sent back in time, and then you will have all the students there who has to survive in this new environment. And what happens is that a few of them are being captured by one of the samurai faction, and the others have to save them. And that brings you to the completely surreal vision of having this sport team from this high school. So you would have the American football, you would have the baseball team, you would have the karate team, you would have the kendo team, you would have the science club, all uniting together in order to beat some samurai to save their comrades. But that's just ridiculous, because you will see the baseball team using their baseball stick and throwing some balls on the samurai bar, getting the ball in the face and getting stunned, and then you would have the American football team striking the samurai and managing to beat them this way. It's just completely ridiculous. It's insane. It just doesn't work. The director is trying very hard to make it convincing, but no, it can't be. It's just too stupid. And at the end, it's just a movie which is so bad it's good in a way, because you see things which are completely surreal, but it takes itself very seriously, which in a way is better for a so bad it's good film. But it's just ridiculous from the beginning to the end. It's also, even if it should be a very simple story, it managed to be very unclear. For example, once they are sent back in time, the first attack they got, the samurai looks like zombies, but it turns out they are just normal samurai. So it's never explained why they look like this, and why they end up being attacked by this zombie looking samurai. It's very unclear. The characters are obviously very cliche, very stereotyped. There is really nothing to save there, unless if you are watching it as a group with some friends, with beer and pizza, maybe you will have a good time. But that's really the only way I would recommend anybody to watch this Brave Gunjyo Seiki. Obviously, if you like the concept, you should check GI Samurai and not this one. And in a way, that's interesting to notice that the original concept, this concept, is getting worse and worse each time it's being done later. You had GI Samurai, which is a classic, but then after you add in the mid-2000 a remake of GI Samurai, which I think was Samurai Commando 1549, I think that was the official title, which was not good. Then you had a Korean remake, Heaven Soldier, which was not good either, probably even worse, arguably. And then you have this Brave Gunjyo Seiki, which is the ultimate of the stupidity with this concept. So maybe it's time to just stop doing it, stop using this idea, and just try to do something different, and just get back to the original Sonichiba film, and don't bother with this Brave Gunjyo Seiki. Now I'm going to talk about a Chinese DTV, and it's not going to be the first. Actually, I already talked about a Chinese DTV with the very first film with Bangkok, Operation Bangkok, Hero's Return, but this one is called Zubaiji, The Spring Years, and it's directed by Jiang Cheng. It's how to put it? It's like a prequel of the Journey to the West. So I'm assuming you are familiar with the very famous Journey to the West story. And Zubaiji is actually the pig of the story. And this film tells us the story of this pig when he was younger, before he met the Monkey King. And it's a very typical Chinese DTV product with very limited budget, obviously, and a mix of action, romance, comedy, and fantasy element with a crappy CGI special effect. It's very generic, as I said, and none of these different elements, none of these different genre really blend or are successful on its own. I mean, the action is very lackluster, the comedy is very conventional, predictable, and just not funny, and the romance is extremely sugary, extremely cheesy. So there is nothing really worth watching with this Zubaiji. I rank it a bit better, a bit more than Dynasty Warriors or Brave Gunjyo Seiki or 1921, just for the simple reason that it is a DTV, so you kind of know you are not going to get a great quality there, and in a way you are warned, and there is no bad surprise. It's a Chinese DTV, most of them are very average, and I'm really nice saying that. So this one is as predicted as it can be. So yeah, nothing interesting, really nothing worth in Zubaiji in the spring years. but at least it doesn't try to be better, or it doesn't try to be smarter than the other big budget movie I just talked about before. And I'm going to talk about another Chinese DTV, which is exactly the same kind of characteristic as Bajie. This one is The Mad Monk, directed by Su Yun. The Mad Monk, it's actually another famous character from the Chinese mythology, the Chinese folklore, whose name is Jigong. And there have been adaptations of his story many times. The Mad Monk, the Stephen Chow film directed by Johnny To, is actually another adaptation of this character, so you may be already familiar with him. And in the little, not so little, world of Chinese DTV, this character is actually quite popular. He had a series of films which encountered quite some success. I think it's the Invincible Monk series. And so this film, The Mad Monk, is like Bajie, some kind of prequel to show the youth of the character and how it became the character as we know him. And once again, like Bajie, it has exactly the same vibe, the same kind of ingredients, as I said, a bit of action, a bit of fantasy, a bit of romance, a bit of comedy, but exactly in the same vein as Bajie, it never succeeds in any of them. It's very average, very mediocre, and so I cannot advise you to watch it. It's just uninteresting from the beginning to the end. So another film for the bin, The Mad Monk. Now we move to a category slightly higher, not by much, but slightly higher than the other films I have previously discussed about. And one of them is Prisoners of the Ghostland, directed by Sono Sion. Sono Sion for me is a director I never really know what to expect from. I think he's able to do great film, and he's also able to do very bad films. So I never have any expectation when I watch one of his films. And in this case, I was disappointed as I had no expectation. But it is not. It is a very average Sono Sion, to say the least. It's supposed actually to be his first encounter, his first collaboration with Hollywood. So the film was partially produced with American money, but shot in Japan. Actually, its production was extremely difficult, and that explains partially why the result is so unconvincing. The story is very close to a film like Escape from New York, with Nicolas Cage playing some kind of snake plissken, trying to rescue not the president of the US here, but the daughter of a rich, influential politician in a world which is a bit post-apocalyptic. And that's one of the elements I actually like from the film, not the story, but the world art, the attempt to world building, to create a post-apocalyptic world which has its own personality. So Sono Sion in this case tried to have it very cosmopolitan, with a lot of different nationalities, a lot of different language, and on paper it's interesting. It doesn't succeed that much on the screen, unfortunately, but the attempt is there, and sometimes you have some crazy idea. I actually like, for example, the tribe living around the clock and trying to avoid for the clock to reach a certain time. I think it has a lot of symbolic there, and there are some ideas, and it creates some kind of interesting mood, but it's just some glimpse of creativity, some glimpse of genius, which are lost in a sea of, how to qualify it, a sea of uninspired moment, with many actors who are the film was shot in English. So even if you hear a lot of different language, the main language is English, and many Japanese actors don't seem to be very at ease with it, and so that creates a weird effect. The performance of the actors are not very convincing, including Nicolas Cage, who seems a bit lost as well. You have also Sofia Boutella, same for her. Everybody seems to be wondering what is happening there, and so that doesn't help to make a film you are really into. So yeah, there are glimpses of original post-apocalyptic world, and that's what, in my opinion, save partially the film. But still, the story is uninteresting. The performance are poor, and Sonosion never really managed to deliver something convincing. So it is, in a way, a disappointment. Not too much for me, as I said, because I don't have expectation. It certainly has delivered a serious blow for Sonosion's Hollywood ambition, which is sad for him, because he seems to really want to manage to do something for Hollywood. I don't think it's such a problem, because I don't want talent from Asia to be absorbed by the Hollywood machine. I rather that they keep doing film in Asia, where they have their freedom and where they can contribute to the dynamism of the Asian film industry in general. So it may be a loss for him, but it may be also a good thing for us on the long term. But anyway, nobody can argue, or it's actually very difficult to argue that Prisoners of the Ghostland is a good film. It is a very, very average film. Another extremely average film is Chernobyl Under Fire, directed by Danila Kozlovsky, who is also acting in the film. Chernobyl Under Fire, that's the answer of Russia to the Chernobyl HBO miniseries, which was a big success. And it's a very weak answer, I must say, because the interest of a story, I mean the Chernobyl case, the real story of Chernobyl, is that it was in a way highlighting the deficiencies, the problem of the Soviet Union when it happened in 1986. And if you are doing a film about this story, you need to keep that in your script, in your story. Of course, you still need to have some interesting characters. You still need to have ideally some heroism and some spectacular thing happening. But at the same time, you need to have a vision, or at least something to say about why it happened, and the consequences, and the people, and what it means. And it seems like with this film, they have tried very hard to not say anything about these elements, about why it happened, how it happened, what it says about the political regime and all these things. And so what you have is just your very typical disaster film, as you could have in the 60s and the 70s. It follows actually exactly the same structure from the film of this era, with like the first half, which is the introduction of the different characters for you to get familiar with, and then the catastrophe, the disaster happen, and then people have to survive, and there is a bit of heroism, sacrifice, these kind of things. And this film follows exactly this formula, and there is nothing more than that. And if they had done a film about a tunnel having problems, or an earthquake, or whatever kind of disaster which can happen, it could have happened exactly the same way as here. There is really not any specificity about Chernobyl itself, about what it was to deal with a nuclear plant, with radioactivity, when you had so little information. All these elements are just put under the rug, for very basic heroism, which feels just artificial. And so it's not badly made per se. Technically, it kind of works, but it's just very bland, and yeah, nothing really that interesting, which should make you watch this film rather than some of the classic when it comes to disaster movies of the 60s, 70s, or even more recent ones, actually. And I think it's not a good tribute to the real heroic sacrifice of the people who have managed to make the Chernobyl sarcophagus. I mean, the many people who have really sacrificed their life to achieve that result, their life, and for in some cases for several generations. So I would not advise you to watch this film. What I would advise you, though, is to watch the documentary The Battle of Chernobyl, one of the very best documentary ever made. It's extremely touching. You will understand much more what happened there, and you will understand the reality of the sacrifice of the people who have fought and who have tried to do what they could in order to save the people and to correct the horrible consequences of this disaster. It's a great film, a great documentary. Watch it and just don't bother with Chernobyl under fire. And now here is our first American film of this video. American film which still has a direct link with Asia, because it's Godzilla Vs Kong, directed by Adam Wingard. So the third episode of the Godzilla series, the American Godzilla series, the recent American Godzilla series. Actually, I kind of like the Gareth Edwards. I'm never sure if it's Gareth Evans or Gareth Edwards. Between the one of the Red and between the one of Rogue One. You will correct me, or I will just put the right name. Yeah, I kind of liked what he did with Godzilla. I think that was an interesting take, and I like his approach, his vision of trying to stick with the characters. Contrary to many Kaiju fans, while I do like to see giant monsters fighting with each other, I still prefer when there is a real story and real human characters I can relate to. And I think he did a good job on that. And I'd rather have characters which are interesting, which you root for, and a story which develop in a natural and harmonious way, rather than just fight for fight. And for me, so that was an interesting way to deal with it. I know it was not necessarily popular with everybody, but as far as I'm concerned, I liked it. And I must also say that when it comes to the Godzilla series, the Japanese Godzilla series, I'm somebody who tend to prefer the Heisei and Millennium era rather than the Showa era. I think the early Showa era films were really good, but then it got very quickly campy and not really my cup of tea, even if it has some charm. But when it comes to Kaiju in general, I think I've already said it in another video, but my school of Kaiju is the Gamera, the 90s Gamera school, and so I prefer films which are in this mold. So to get back on the American Godzilla series, so I like the first one. The second one was, I had some striking image there and there, but I was much less involved in its story. On the third, I think is the same spirit. So you have great special effects. Everything technically is fine. Obviously, it's Hollywood money. They know how to do films on the technical level. There is no problem there. Special effects are flawless, and you have what many people were wanting and expecting in a way with a movie called Godzilla vs Kong, which is the big fight between Godzilla and King Kong in Hong Kong. Nice to have it in Hong Kong, but I didn't like it that much because first, Hong Kong is a great city. Obviously, I'm living there, and it will remain a great city even if right now the situation is not too great. But what I want to say is that it's a very cinematic city. You don't have to do much in order to have great shots. Just the Victoria Harbour view, this kind of thing, it's just amazing. But what they did here is that they added a lot of neons on all the buildings. Yes, there are some neons in Hong Kong, and that's part of the local identity, but there is no need to put them on every building. It ends up being more like a Chinese restaurant in the US. It creates a fake feeling to me, and that makes Hong Kong look cheap. The same as what they did with the Ghost in the Shell live adaptation. I mean, it's awful the way they transformed Hong Kong. It's like if you have a beautiful girl and you put a huge amount of makeup. It just makes it ugly at the end, and I think that's what happens there. Another problem during this fight, which, as I say, technically is very well made, no problem on the technical aspect, but you are just not invested in the character. Godzilla is almost absent of the film, and there is not much development when it comes to it, what it represents. King Kong is basically described as your average Joe who just scratches his butt when he wakes up. But that's not enough for me to root for him. I mean, I didn't have any empathy for the King Kong here. I think that's what Adam Wingard tried to do, for you to feel some kind of empathy and to relate to him. But I didn't. I don't feel like him. I don't feel his human side. I think it's stupid to have him too much anthropomorphic in a way. I mean, to put too much human emotion there. You need to find the good balance between human emotions and the beast that it's supposed to be. It's not easy to do. Granted, some of the other King Kong film didn't necessarily do a great job on that. I think it's a mixed bag, but it was not enough for me to really feel anything for him. And so at the end, when I watched this big fight between these two icons, I didn't feel anything. I just thought, okay, yeah, it's pretty well made technically, but I was not interested, and I was actually bored fairly quickly. And I think that's a big mistake from the script writers to have made Mechagodzilla the big bad guy of the film. I actually like very much the way the essay on Millennium Era dealt with Mechagodzilla, to have Mechagodzilla as the representative of humanity, of mankind, with human inside as a machine, so being used by humans in order to fight the kaiju and to represent humanity. And here they have made it the bad guy with your basic mega corporation, bad mega corporation. I mean, what you have in so many cyberpunk kind of films. And so it's the bad guy, but I think it should have been the good guy. It should have been the one we root for, especially if we had human characters we had an interest for and who had been developed well enough, which we don't have. We don't. I mean, the characters here are your typical bland, empty Godzilla characters, and it's too bad. Bland if you are lucky, and sometimes they are just annoying. Like with the conspiracy theory character is just annoying. The kids are a bit annoying as well. So they are either bland or annoying, and so that doesn't help making the film good in any way. So there is the minimum you can expect. There is the big fight you can expect from a kaiju film, but still, I thought that was a very soulless Hollywood entertainment, and there is not much of a point of view regarding what is Godzilla and what they are supposed to represent, those different monsters, those different kaiju. So watchable, but very quickly forgotten. Now I move to a Korean film, Miracle's Letters to the President, directed by Lee Jong-un. Miracle's Letters to the President is the story set in Korea in the 80s. A story of a teenage boy, a student, who writes to the president to ask for his village to have a train stop. The village doesn't have this train stop, and so they have to go to another, and in doing so it's quite dangerous. They have to move next to the track, and so some accident happen, and so this student is very resilient, very obstinate, and he keeps writing to the president for this train stop to be created. And what do we have there? Actually, with this concept, I think there is a space to have a movie a bit political, a bit social, talking about how it was in Korea during that time, and that could be interesting. But that's not what we have there. What we have is actually a typical romantic comedy structure. I mean, Korean romantic comedy structure. If you are used to South Korean cinema, you know that many of their romantic comedy follow the same pattern. So you would have a first part which is comedy with a romance with the characters who are very different, who don't really necessarily like each other at the beginning, and so that creates a lot of comedy situation. And then of course their feelings will develop for each other's, and so that's the first half or 2/3 of the film, and then suddenly you will learn something bad will happen. One of them has an incurable disease, a cancer, whatever, an accident, and so it transforms itself into a melodrama. That's how it is for many romantic comedy in South Korea, and that's exactly what we have here. So the first half, 2/3 of the film are this student writing to the president who is being courted by a girl, and so she's of course a bit more mature than him about these kind of things, and that creates the comedy situation, and it's supposed to be cute, and sometimes it is. It's a formula which they are very used to, and so they are able to make it work to a certain extent. It's predictable, it's nothing new, but it works well enough, I guess. And then in the last part of the film, it transforms into a melodrama because there is some kind of twist. We realize that what we thought about one character is not what it is, and then it goes full board melodrama, but in this very soapy, cheesy way, which makes it not realistic, and not enough to really feel for the characters. It feels too much artificial, and like the movie really tries too hard to make you cry, and I don't like it. I think it's too heavy-handed, and so the effect is not there. It doesn't make me cry. Quite the opposite. I think I become resisting the film. I think the way also it shows what should be considered as a mental illness or a painful trauma is shown here in a very light-hearted way, way too light. And then, as I said, it goes in full melodrama, but it's just very heavy in its approach, and I was not convinced. Despite having Lee Sung-min in a supporting part, who tries to bring a bit more seriousness in the drama, and he managed to some extent, but that's still not enough to make the film that convincing. And so at the end, this Miracle's Letter to the President is a very average film, which had, once again, like many other films, I already talked about the potential for something interesting, but which, in my opinion, chose the wrong track to follow and ends up, in a way, predictable, but just too heavy and just not convincing. Then let's go for another Chinese DTV, The Warlord of the Sea, directed by Jianan, which is a mix of Waterworld. So take 1/3 Waterworld, 1/3 Pirates of the Caribbean, 1/3 the 2014 South Korean Pirates. You shake very strongly, and then you got this Warlord of the Sea with the usual ingredients of the Chinese DTV: a bit of action, a bit of romance, a bit of comedy, and some fantasy with CGI special effects. So fairly similar to the Mad Monk and Bajie, which I already talked about, but the saving grace of this film, in my opinion, is this universe, this pirate universe, which is not that usual in the Chinese DTV world. In the Chinese DTV world, you have a lot of wuxia, you have a lot of kung fu films, you have a lot of commando army style film, you have a lot of monster films, but pirate film, not so much. And so this one has this advantage. Of course, it's a low budget, so the creation of the world, it's way too ambitious, this kind of world for DTV. So it's a lot of CGI, the ships, the sea by itself. It's not too great, obviously, but at least it has this originality. It tries to create something a bit different from the usual, and just for this reason alone, I give a better mark to this Warlord of the Sea compared to a Mad Monk or a Bajie. It's not too great. If you have already a fetish for pirates, I guess it's worth a watch. It's not too long, so it's entertaining enough. It's really not anything great, as I said, but it does the minimum and is entertaining enough so that you don't feel like you have been robbed of your money or of your time after watching it. So a very, very, very small recommendation for Warlord of the Sea, but I guess it's also a good introduction to the world of Chinese DTV in a way, if you are curious enough to go in this direction. Very average as well is the Cinderella Addiction, directed by Ryohei Watanabe. Cinderella Addiction, it's once again pretty good concept. It wants to be a criticism of this princess fantasy where the girl is going to meet a Prince Charming, and then she will live a great life, rich and with a great family. This kind of princess fantasy, which are still prevalent nowadays, and especially in Asia, I would say. It's probably more present in Asia than in the West. And this movie is an ironic take on it, which is a good intention, as we see the main character, so a young girl whose life is a disaster. I mean, like in 2 to 3 days, her father dies, house is on fire, she loses her job, she loses her boyfriend, but then she meets a good-looking guy, a rich, good-looking guy with, I don't remember if he's a widow or if he's a divorced. But anyway, they fall in love and they marry. And so it seems like she will be able to have a princess life, the perfect life that she had desired. But there is a twist, there is a catch there, which is that the little girl, which the guy already had with the previous wife, is actually not that nice, a bit twisted, and that leads to a lot of problem. And the film will move from this perfect situation to a kind of horror movie. And as I say, the concept is interesting, and there are some glimpses of good criticism, I think, of this princess fantasy, but it takes way too long to start. That's really the problem of the film. The introduction is very, very, very long, and when we finally get into what the movie wants to say, the 2/3 have already passed, and so we are already semi-bored by that point, and the rest of the film, while better, is not strong enough to make you to compensate for this overlong introduction. So the ingredients are there, the message is there, but the execution is a bit lacking, and it's a bit frustrating that it takes so much time in order to get to the most interesting part of the story. And so that makes the Cinderella Addiction a average film, slightly above average, but not as good as it could have been. No, an American UK production. I don't know anymore what they are considered. Was a James Bond film, because it is No Time to Die by Kai Fukunaga. No Time to Die, so the last Daniel Craig film, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy about that, because I don't like Daniel Craig as James Bond. I like James Bond in general, but my James Bond are more the Sean Connery or Roger Moore type, and I know they are very different type by themselves, but that's the one which are my references. And when it comes to this modern Daniel Craig era, I've never been very sold on it. For me, James Bond is supposed to represent some kind of a British style, somebody who has charm, who is able to escape, to evade a complicated situation through his wit and his intelligence. Of course, he's also physical, but that's not the main aspect of the character. And I think with Daniel Craig, he has transformed into this kind of very American action hero, all about the muscles, a bit like from the 80s, basically, a bit in the Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger mold, even if obviously that was more inspired with the Bourne saga, but still, I whatever the reason, I just don't think he fits as a James Bond, or at least that's not the kind of James Bond I like. Now, having said that, I have to be fair. I think some of his films are okay. Casino Royale was okay. There are some decent elements in the film he has made, but still, I'm not convinced by the whole orientation of this Daniel Craig era, and so this conclusion, in a way, is a relief for me. But the film by itself, I think, is not very good. Let's first talk about the good points. I think the direction is quite well made. I think Kai Fukunaga is a good director. At least you can see that he has put a lot of thinking, and he has really tried to make it good. The photography is very good as well. The choice of location is pretty smart. The production design, the artistic direction, all this is very inspired and very good looking on the screen. So no problem on that aspect of the production. And what I'm less convinced about is the whole family drama orientation. I think it just doesn't work. I think there is no chemistry between Lea Seydoux and Daniel Craig. And surprisingly, I think that they had a bit more chemistry in Spectre. Not much, but still a bit more than here. Here they just seem to be complete strangers. There is nothing happening between them. No spark. I just don't believe in it. And that's a problem, because that's really what the movie, where the dramatic core is supposed to be. The same goes with the kid. I mean, I don't believe in the kid, in the relationship between them, even if it is indeed his daughter, as it seems to be the case. But there is no link, no relation between them. I mean, there is just one scene in the kitchen. That's not enough for me to really care about the kid. I think it's just too easy to rely on the fact that it is a kid being in danger, that we have to care, and we are going to root for James Bond because it's just James Bond's daughter, and she has to be rescued. That's too easy. I mean, if you really wanted to have this aspect of the film developed, then you should have developed it more. I mean, there should have been some scenes, some things, so there is really an emotional connection between James Bond and his daughter, which I don't feel any at all, and there is no connection either with the Lea Seydoux character. So that's a big problem for me. Another big problem is that, in my opinion, when it comes to a good James Bond needs a good bad guy. And Rami Malek looks the part. I mean, he has a good face for it, but I just don't get the intentions of his character. I think it makes no sense. I don't get why I should hate him, basically. Why I should root for James Bond. Because the main thing he does in the film is basically kill all the Spectre members. But the Spectre members are by essence bad guys. We know they are horrible, so okay, the way he kills them is not that good, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's that bad either. And then he gets the weapon, and then he's going to do something, but we never know what. We don't know what he's supposed to do with it. Is he going to blackmail? Is he going to try to create a new world like Stromberg in the Spy Who Loves Me? It's never said. So at the end of the day, I don't really get this character. And then he has something about with Lea Seydoux, so I guess he's in love, but even that is a bit unclear. He's very fuzzy. I don't get the character, and that's a big problem for me. I don't like that at all, and I don't understand why I should root against him. So yeah, big problem for me. Big problem when it comes to the story there. The part in Cuba is good. That's a bit of the saving grace, I think, of the film, the Cuba part, especially with the other James Bond girl. I wish we would have seen more of her instead of Lea Seydoux, but that doesn't happen, and that's too bad, because she really brightened the film when she was there, and the action scene was well made. The whole party was interesting. A little bit of Eyes Wide Shut vibe there. So this part was good. There are some good things there and there in the film, but as I say, the emotional core for me is not there, despite some very heavy-handed attempts, and the bad guy just suck. So no good bad guy, no emotional attachment in a film which tries very hard to get it, and so that's a failure to me. On the ending, of course, I think it's not brave at all. It's just hypocritical, because we know very well that they are going to do another James Bond after this one, and they will keep going. So it's just just for the show. I mean, just trying to shock you, but very artificially. And so I just didn't feel anything. I mean, and that's what the movie was aiming at. I mean, they wanted to surprise you and to touch you, but it seems it has worked with some people. I've seen some review, and some people have really felt something about it. I don't. Maybe because I'm not into Daniel Craig in the first place, but mostly because I know there will be another James Bond after. So I don't think he's dead. He's not dead. There will be another. If they had announced that it would be the very last James Bond ever, then I may have felt something, and then I would have said, "Oh, okay, congratulations, you have balls, basically. You are really trying to do something different." And so in this way, I would applaud them for being that daring, but that's not the case. So at the end, I just think it's very artificial. And but anyway, so as you can see, I'm really not satisfied and convinced by this James Bond, by this No Time to Die, which is, at the end, he has the time to die, so it's not even correct, the title. But whatever, as far as I'm concerned, good riddance for Daniel Craig. I'm not going to miss him, and please keep going in a direction which fits more my own expectation. We'll see how it goes. Another film which has a bit of a James Bond vibe, it's The Sun Does Not Move, a Japanese film directed by Eiichiro Asumi. It's an adaptation of a book, a Japanese book, obviously, and it tells the story of several agents, part of a Japanese governmental organization, who are like super shadowy secret agent, but who have a catch, which is that they basically have a bomb in their body, and they need to call a phone number, like I'm not sure exactly, like every 12 hours. I can't remember exactly how it is, and if they don't do that, the bomb explodes and they die. So that's the main catch behind their actions. And it's two movies in one, this The Sun Does Not Move. As I said, on one side it's a James Bond type film with a lot of different international locations, which are Bulgaria, which are India, which are Japan, of course, which are Hong Kong, which are mainland China, even if some of them they didn't really go there, but whatever. It tries to have this kind of international scope. You also have a more diverse cast. You have some Korean actors involved, and it managed pretty well actually to have this kind of international vibe, and it has also some pretty good action scenes, surprisingly good action scene, I would say. They really up their game there. You have, for example, a chase scene in Bulgaria at the beginning of the film, which is quite well handled when it comes to direction and the rhythm. It's quite intense, really good job. You have some fist fight, gunfight, you have a sequence in a train as well. All this is really well handled, and quite a good surprise, because even if Japan has done some good action films before, there is not really a specialty of action cinema in Japan, except if you put aside the Shambara genre. But they are doing a really good job, and there are some other films we are going to talk about from Japan which have very good action. So on that aspect, The Sun Does Not Move is doing quite well. The story itself is nothing really great. It's a MacGuffin. I mean, there are all different factions trying to get some documents or whatever. It doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's conventional, but it's mostly for the James Bond vibe and the action that it keeps being entertaining. But the film has a flaw, which is the other side of the story. So, as I said, those special agents, secret agents, they are kind of constrained to do this job, and they come from a very dysfunctional family. They are kind of either orphans or they have been abused in their childhood, and the movie really tries to develop that aspect, but it does it very clumsily. So you have a long flashback about their childhood, but it doesn't really lead to anything about what they are doing as a special agent. There is no really strong trauma there. There is not really any big question about what it is working for this agency with the trauma that they are being manipulated again or being abused again by a government agency after having been abused by their own family. I mean, there is certainly some potential there, but it's never used. So at the end, what you have is just those long flashback in the childhood which are just killing the rhythm of the film. I think the film should have just concentrated on the James Bond part of the story and just gotten rid of all this background which leads to nothing, or it should have developed the background intensively, so even more on this background having an effect in the other aspect of the story, which it doesn't have. So once again, a movie which is a bit frustrating, which had interesting ingredients and which is entertaining enough that you will be able to watch it without any problem, but some wrong choice when it comes to storytelling and direction, which otherwise could have been, could have made this Sun Does Not Move a better film. So too bad in a way. Too bad as well for Homunculus, directed by Takeshi Shimizu, another manga adaptation. You have in this film a character who is going to get a surgical operation, a very weird surgical operation, and after this operation he will develop some powers and some vision first, and we will realize that it's actually some powers. Well, those visions, let's put it this way, those visions actually represent the trauma of the different individual he sees, and he will try to help them to solve this difficult trauma, this difficult past. So the Homunculus, the start of the film is interesting in the way that this weird operation come and is explained is intriguing enough that you want to see what is going to happen. And then once the character gets it and he has these visions of the trauma of the different individual around him, it's quite interesting because the way those visions appear is very creative. It's quite unexpected, and so it's really intriguing, and you are really interested in how things are going to play out. The problems comes once we really get into the main character trying to heal the different people he meets, and then it gets into some kind of structure which is mechanic. So we discover the trauma. Then he tries to solve it, then there is another character with another trauma, then he tries to solve it, and so on. And there is like 3 cases like this, if I remember correctly, which I guess comes from the manga structure. It's probably story by story, and it certainly works in the manga, but in the film it seems quite repetitive very quickly, and it gets too mechanic. I think the film would have benefited if he had just concentrated on one specific case and really dealt with it fully, rather than just have several little stories being put all together there. I think that's the main problem of the film. You have an interesting performance from Go Ayano. Go Ayano was who is becoming one of the most interesting Japanese actor, I think, nowadays. He's really doing a good job. He was already doing a good job when he was younger, but the older he gets, and he keeps giving a pretty good performance. So no exception there. So film intriguing enough. I think it's worth a view if you like the concept, if you are interested in manga adaptation as well, it's certainly worth a watch, but could have been better in my opinion, with a few changes there and there. Another American production, The Matrix Resurection by Lana Wachowski. Matrix. So what's my own take on the Matrix saga? Actually, I really enjoyed the first film. I watched it in theater back in the days, and it was a good science fiction film which I enjoyed very much. Nowadays I have a bit of reservation, or at least some kind of feeling about the way it uses the martial art aspect, the yin whooping choreographies. I can't resist thinking that the movie in a way announced the incorporation of the Hong Kong action style into Hollywood, and in a way it vampirizes, it takes the vital energy of Hong Kong cinema, Hong Kong action cinema, and takes it for itself, and in a way it makes it harder for it made it harder for Hong Kong cinema to be able to compete with Hollywood cinema. Of course, there were some other factors which explain why Hong Kong cinema entered into a crisis stage and is in such a sad state nowadays. But I can't resist thinking that Matrix is in a way one of the factors of this kind of semi-death of Hong Kong cinema. So there is I like the film for what it is, but at the same time there is a bit of sadness when I watch it. But anyway, that was the first film. Then when it comes to the second and the third, I think the second is like the best and the worst of the saga. It has the best action scenes. It has some fun characters. I kind of like the Merovingian, for example. But it also has a very clumsy structure with always exposition with philosophical elements, then action, then exposition with philosophical element, then action, and so on during the whole film. And I think it's very heavy-handed. You also have the start of the no emotions acting school for all the main characters, from Keanu Reeves, Carrie-Anne Moss, Laurence Fishburne. I mean, they all look very serious and with no emotion, and like I'm not sure we say it in English, but like in French we say they have a broomstick in their ass. So trying to be overly serious and with no emotion involved, and that's really annoying, I think. And it's especially annoying given what is the morality of the Star Wars, sorry, the Matrix saga, which is that love conquers all, and love is the solution, which is the conclusion of the third episode. And I think it's not shown physically enough in the film, in my opinion. And I think it's also a bit underwhelming given the way they had managed to incorporate some philosophical idea which were quite daring and interesting to have in an action blockbuster, but for a result which was really underwhelming, in my opinion, in the third episode. Same for the action. Yeah, you had the big Battle of Zion, which had some interesting mecha idea and stuff, but I was never involved emotionally or even intellectually in this part. So the third movie was quite a big disappointment, actually. So given that I think each new episode of Matrix get lower and lower quality wise, I really didn't expect anything from this fourth film. So no expectation at all, especially as I think most of those sequels made 20 years later always end up into failure, always end up into bad films. So I was really not waiting this one at all. And so I watched it anyway because it's Matrix. The first one was good, so let's have a look at it. At the end, I didn't find it that bad. I see a lot of people are disappointing, but maybe because they had expectations. As I had no expectation, I didn't find it that bad. I actually kind of liked the first third of the film when it's kind of making fun of its own pop culture influence on the way the pop culture industry works nowadays. I find it an interesting way to start the film and to approach it and to have something different to say. So that very first part, I kind of enjoyed it, and actually I would have preferred if Lana Wachowski had kept going into this direction and kept making fun of it, and maybe try to confuse us a bit in a Satoshi Kon way, like Perfect Blue, these kind of films, in a way where we would not know anymore what is reality, what is the Matrix, and we would be completely confused. I think that would have been interesting to go into this direction. Unfortunately, that's not what happens in Matrix Resurrection, and then starting from the second third of the film, then it goes into a mini best of the saga, but in a way which is even less worst done compared to the original saga. So just a repeat of the theme and of the action scene of the previous one, but less convincing. I think the Yuen Woo-ping was not involved in the film, and it really shows when it comes to the action, which in a way is surprising because nowadays the action, the American action directors, choreographer, they have really managed to get the Hong Kong spirit when it comes to action, and they are able to do great job nowadays. They are able to do great work. So I expected they would be able to do a good job there, but not that great. At least certainly inferior to the original saga. And the message, as I said, it's the same as the conclusion of the third. I mean, love conquer all. Love is the most important. Okay, we already had it, so it's basically useless to have it repeated here. As I said, I was not really frustrated. I was entertained enough, but still, I think the movie is. There was no need to have it made, and it's basically vain. So I will certainly won't watch it in the future, and I will forget it probably quite quickly. And the last film of this very average category, it's Hostage Missing Celebrity, a Korean film directed by Pilgam Song. And Hostage Missing Celebrity, it's actually a remake of a Chinese film which was Saving Mr. Wu, directed by Ding Cheng with Andy Lau. So we have exactly the same story, which is a famous actor who is being kidnapped by some weirdo who are going to ask a ransom, and so this actor is going to try to escape and to survive this very tough situation. So as I said, in the original Chinese film we had Andy Lau, and in this Korean version we have Wang Jung-min. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Wang Jung-min. He can be okay in some films, but I have no special liking for him, and as the film is really focused on him, obviously, that didn't help for me to really get into the story. I already knew the story as well, and it follows the structure of its original model. So I was never really surprised. I was never really into his performance or into what could happen to him. So I was never really that invested in the film. But I was never really that invested in the original Chinese film, the Ding Cheng film either, to be honest. but comparatively, I would still give the advantage to this new version, this hostage missing celebrity. Just for a simple reason, is that in the film, in the Korean version, there is a chase scene, an action car chase scene in the middle of Seoul, which is very well made. It's very energetic. You are really into it, and just for that car chase, I give an edge to this Korean version. If you have seen the original Chinese version, I'm not sure I would advise you to watch this remake. If you haven't seen any of the two, then I would advise you to watch the Korean version because it's slightly better. There is also a bit of Korean touch, being a bit more violent, which makes it also slightly better. So yeah, this Korean version is slightly better than the Chinese version, but not by a lot, in my opinion. And of course, if you are into Wang Jung-min, you should watch the film just for that reason alone, because it's really centered on him, and you will have many opportunities to appreciate his acting. So yeah, another reason for you to watch it if you are into Wang Jung-min, if you haven't watched the original. Otherwise, I think there are better films in 2021, and it's no reason to try to watch this one in particular. Now I move into the category of the good film, minor good films, not major good films, but minor good films, which still have flaws but are entertaining enough for you to have a good time. And I will start with this category with another South Korean film, which is Mission Possible, directed by Kim Yong-joo. Mission Possible, it's a spy romantic comedy. You have some weapon, Chinese weapon, which have been smuggled in South Korea, and the Chinese government, the Chinese spy agency, wants to get them back, so they send an agent undercover there with the idea of sacrificing her. This agent is, of course, a very young and good-looking girl, and she's going to team up with a washed-up detective in order to identify, locate, and bring back those weapons. And actually, the spy aspect is just an excuse, and what you have is a romantic comedy. It's really mostly about comedy and the romance which will happen between these two characters. And when it comes to this romantic comedy aspect, it's fairly well made. It's nothing groundbreaking. There is nothing revolutionary there. But the comedy beats works. There is enough chemistry between the two main characters, and you also have a bit of action scene there and there, which are decent. So a pretty entertaining film, this Mission Possible. Nothing great, but it delivers where it should deliver. So yeah, small recommendation for this South Korean film. Pretty good also is Detective D and the Red Eye. What is this Detective D and the Red Eye? It's obviously the fourth episode of the Detective D saga by Choi-ark. No, it's not. Of course not. Choi-ark has stopped doing Detective D with the third episode. For the most part, it's unlikely that he's going to do a fourth. But thanks to the world of Chinese DTV, you can keep watching Detective D in his many adventures. They have actually produced more than 10 Detective D in direct-to-video. Of course, it's not Choi-ark behind the camera. It's not the same budget, but it's still the same character and the same kind of story. So basically the same concept, which is you would have a weird phenomenon happening somewhere, which is a bit fantastic, and Detective D will be sent there to investigate, and he will realize that it's actually a fairly scientific phenomenon, and he will solve the problem this way by his knowledge, and usually there is also a bit of political intrigue there. And so that's exactly what you have with Detective D on the Red Eye. The Detective D is sent in a Chinese province, which is ruled by someone who has some problems with the crown, with Empress Wu, and because they are, and so in this province there are some kind of zombies. So zombies are making problem there, and the Detective D is sent and is going to investigate. So you have the typical structure of a Detective D story with Detective D on the Red Eye. It follows the story. There is action, of course, some fights there and there. The story itself is decent. I mean, the different steps in order to uncover the mystery are well handled. You have enough twist in order to keep you interested and curious about how it's going to be. You have also some characters with different loyalty, which create some interesting interactions with Detective D. It's a bit cheap, but the production value for a Chinese DTV is still decent. Same for the action. So nothing great, obviously very inferior to the Choyak versions, but okay when it comes to the DTV, Chinese DTV world. And in a way, if you have already watched the three Choyak Detective D, well, you can keep going with this one. This one is certainly decent, quite okay, and a good way for you to remain in the Detective D universe. I pass quickly on Snakehead by Evan Jackson Long, an American production about the underground, the criminal world in New York or in the US in general, but with a clear Asian minority community aspect. So we follow a young woman who has been human trafficked in the US, and she's going to associate with a human trafficking gang ruled by a granny, a very tough granny, and then she will discover how all this world is doing in the US, how they adapt, how they live in the US through criminality. And that's the most interesting aspect of the film. That's the way how it describes this underworld in the US with this specific Asian vibe. So you hear speaking, of course, English, but Mandarin, Cantonese. And so this aspect of the film is quite interesting. It has its own personality there. And if you are interested in the gangster world and the minority world in the US, Snakehead is certainly worth a watch. Where it's lacking, in my opinion, is on the character themselves. They are not that you are not really attached to them. You are not really feeling that much for them. They are a bit distant, and so that limits the possibility of feeling of emotions developing when you are watching the film. That's the main flaw, I would say. Some of the acting is good. Some of it is a bit more shabby. It's a bit uneven, but all in all, that's decent. That's good enough. It's not a great film. It's obviously a fairly small production, but it has some art and it has some interesting depiction, as I said, of this underground world. So still worth a quick watch. I don't think it's going to stay with you in your mind for a long time, but it's not a bad way to kill 1 hour 30 minutes. With Hostage Missing Celebrity, we had talked about a Chinese film which had been remade by a Korean into a South Korean production. With this film, Man in Love, we are going to have another scenario. Man in Love is actually a 2014 South Korean romantic drama. and Man in Love 2021 is a Taiwanese remake of this South Korean film. And the funny thing is that the 2014 version, the main character was played by Wang Jung-min, who is the main character of Hostage Missing Celebrity. So there are some interesting connections going on there. The Taiwanese Man in Love is directed by Yin Chen-hao. Personally, I'm not that fond of the South Korean version. Well, first I should tell you the story of Man in Love. So Man in Love is the Man in Love is a small-time debt collector, so someone affiliated with gangsters, and he's going to fall in love with one of his victims. So a girl whose father is dying, who has a lot of debt, and so she has to reimburse. And this guy is going to propose her to reimburse him by spending time with him. So that's, instead of giving him money, she just spends some time with him, and this way she will have her debt solved, paid. And of course, through this weird process, they are going to fall in love. And of course, being a South Korean film, this romance will transform into a melodrama. So that's the story of the 2014 Man in Love, and that's exactly the same story in this 2021 Taiwanese version. But I think the Taiwanese version is a little improvement over the South Korean version. I think it stays more on the main storyline. The South Korean version had several characters which I think were not really contributing that much to the main story, and could be avoided with a whole secondary storyline with his brother, with his niece. And these elements, even if they are still there in the Taiwanese version, they have been really reduced to the minimum, and I think that's a better thing this way. I think that the way they fall in love works maybe slightly better in the Taiwanese version. I think the main guy is a bit less creepy than in the Korean version. In the Korean version, I think it's really creepy, and I find it very hard to believe that the girl would fall in love with this guy because they are so different. I find it slightly more believable in the Taiwanese version. It's also a bit more energetic when it comes to the rhythm and the editing compared to the Korean version. There are also some interesting cultural differences, cultural variation from one film to another. So that's interesting if you have watched the original version, and if you watch this version. For example, the first scene in the South Korean version happens in a Christian church, because there are a lot of Christianity in South Korea. But the Taiwanese version is taking place in a Taoist temple, so that's a bit funny. When the couple wants to have a normal life, they are thinking about opening a fried chicken restaurant, which makes sense because in Korea there are indeed a lot of fried chicken restaurants. It's really something they love over there. But in the Taiwanese version, they are thinking about opening a drinking shop, which, if you have been to Taiwan, you know they love their boba tea over there. So once again, that makes sense. So that's very small cultural differences, which I found were quite funny to notice. So yeah, this Man in Love, not great, because I still think the original idea is a bit flawed, but an improvement over the South Korean version. So I would slightly recommend it, and certainly if there are one of the two to choose, I would tell you to go for the Taiwanese version. Now let's talk about Hong Kong China co-production, which is Love After Love, directed by An Oi. So An Oi, a great director, one of the greatest Hong Kong director ever. And Love After Love is another adaptation of the writing from Eileen Chung. So Eileen Chung, who was a very influential, very appreciated writer from the 30s until 60s, 70s. She actually also participated in the Hong Kong film industry in the 60s. She did some scripts for Cathay back in the days. Anyway, but books are very much appreciated. They are part of the reference when it comes to Chinese literature nowadays. And Hanoi has a strong interest for Chinese women writer from the 19th century. That was obvious with Golden Era, and that was also obvious through two other previous Eileen Zhang adaptation, which are Love in a Foreign City, which she did in 1984 for Shaw Brothers, and then 18 Spring in 1997. And so here it's a third Eileen Zhang adaptation. The movie was not very well received in mainland China, and I think it's undeserved. I think it's unfair because she did a pretty good job there. If we want to find some parallel with one of the two other Eileen Zhang adaptations she did, I think it's the most obvious is on Love in a Foreign City, so the very first one she did, because there is the same atmosphere between the two films, between Love in a Foreign City and Love After Love, which is the colonial Hong Kong of the 20s, 30s. In Love in a Foreign City, we had Cora Miao, who was trying to find somebody to marry, a rich person to marry, and so she was meeting this beautiful gentleman played by Chow Yun-fat in Hong Kong just before the Japanese invasion. And the film was a mixed result, in my opinion. I think it was very successful in recreating this colonial Hong Kong atmosphere, but it was lacking a bit more when it comes to showing the deep emotions of the characters, which makes sense because it's hard to show that, because in Eileen Zhang's writing, it's always very complex and sometimes contradictory emotions, and also very restrained. So it's very hard to put it in a film. And so I think she had half managed, half failed in Love in a Foreign City. I think she managed a bit more here in Love After Love, but it's still a bit hard. Still takes time. So the film is a bit slow, a bit long, and I think it sometimes it drags a bit, and it's not easy for Hanoi to manage to bring the emotion and the right message. I think she managed at the end, but it's a long process which can be a bit repetitive during the first half of the film, basically. But I think it's also compensated by how gorgeous the film is in the first place. The costume, the actors, the atmosphere. She really has a talent to recreate this Hong Kong colonial atmosphere, and I think she does a really great job on that. The performances of the actors are also pretty good. So it takes time to get into the mood and to get into the story, but I think it's worth the effort. And the movie also works as an interesting prequel, I thought, of Love in a Fallen City. I thought that the main character who we follow, who is basically a young, naive girl who is going to discover love, but who is also going to realize that love is not necessarily the most appreciated emotion in this kind of higher society. This character, I think, could be a good explanation on what happened to Cora Miao's character in Love in a Fallen City. It's a bit like a past. I think it worked very well in this way, and it would explain very well why she becomes how she is in Love in a Fallen City. And so I think there is interesting parallel, interesting connections which can be made with the 1984 film she did. And so even if it's not a best film, it's still an interesting adaptation from Eileen Jung, who I think is a very hard writer to adapt into movies. And this attempt by Anoi is certainly deserving a viewing. It's not a bad attempt. It's, as I say, it takes a bit of time to get into it, but still a good film, and certainly worth a watch. Anyway, any Anoi film is worth a watch, so obviously I would still recommend it for you to watch. Now, a Japanese film, which is Asakusa Kid, directed by Hitori Gekidan, which is an adaptation of the biography of Takeshi Kitano, the very famous Takeshi Kitano, Sonatine, Anabi, all this kind of stuff. You certainly know him already. So this film concentrates on his time, his youth, when he was working in a kind of cabaret in the Asakusa in Tokyo of the 60s. And I think that's where the movie succeeds the best, which is trying to show the atmosphere in this kind of cabaret in the Japan of the 60s, with striptease, with songs, with comedy skits. I think that's really the most interesting part of the film, how it describes this atmosphere, with also some interesting characters, like this old actor who is getting downhill but who still has pride for his work. There is also some a light atmosphere throughout the film. You have a bit of some dance numbers, some stuff like this, which make it fairly lively, which makes it interesting and keeps you wanting to watch more. So that's the good part of the film. The less good part, in my opinion, is when it comes to Takeshi Kitano himself, meaning you won't really learn that much about how he became the star that he is nowadays. Yeah, obviously he had a mentor and he took some things there and there, but it doesn't go very, very deep. I still think it treats the subject enough. I mean, you have the minimum, but you don't go very deep. That's the limitation. And the main problem of the film is also the main actor playing Takeshi Kitano. So when he's acting, he does a lot of facial gimmicks, which we associate with Takeshi Kitano. And at the beginning, when I watched the film and when he did that, I thought, he does it pretty well. I mean, it's indeed a bit like what Takeshi Kitano does. So there is indeed a connection between him as a young guy and the Takeshi Kitano as we are used to. But the problem is that he does it all the time. So if he was doing it sometimes, from time to time, and it was indeed a visual reference to Kitano, I think it would work. But the problem, as I said, is that he's doing it constantly, and so it becomes extremely annoying. It's it's just distracting. You only see that all the time, and it gets really, really annoying very fast. And I think that's one of the big problem of the film, because you will concentrate on him doing this kind of all the time, and it's just distracting. That keeps you away from the main story, and it just doesn't help. And so that's the big flaw for me of the film. Slightly superficial, a performance which could have been convincing, but which ends up being a failure. But on the other hand, you have an interesting recreation of the Asakusa of the 60s. So at the end of the day, I even if it had strong flaws, I still spent a good time watching it. I was fairly entertained and I was never bored. So I still would say it's a okay good film. but it can be a bit frustrating depending on how you appreciate the performance of the main actor. So be warned that you may not necessarily love the film. Fairly good is also the case of a Chinese DTV, yeah, which is The Mad Sword, directed by Chung Mo-Xian. So it's a wuxia, very classic wuxia with a bit of slightly harder edge compared to the DTV, other DTV, Chinese DTV. A lot of them likes to show a world which is very clean. This one is a little bit more dirty. It's more about desert, this kind of stuff. So that there are a lot of people who are poor, this kind of things. So that it's not The Blade, it's not Swordsman in Double Flag Town, but it tries to be a bit in this vibe, and I think it creates a personality which is a bit more interesting than your average Chinese wuxiapian DTV. The story itself is fairly classical, but well handled enough, with a cursed sword, with a swordsman who has tried to leave the Jianghu, but who is being hunted by the other member of the Jianghu who wants to become the best swordsman. So it's some themes which are very classical in the world of wuxiapian. If you have seen some Gulong adaptation, or even a few wuxiapian from the glory time of Hong Kong, I'm sure you are already familiar with these kind of things. So nothing groundbreaking, but well handled enough. Some decent fights, and some characters who were convincing enough. Also, the main character is someone who doesn't know how to fight, so that gives something a bit different from your usual, even if you have this kind of thing also in Jin Yong. It's not really new. It's very hard to do anything new when it comes to wuxiapian, but this one does it in a decent way. And if you are really missing a recent wuxiapian, if you have watched all the classics from the golden age of Hong Kong cinema, then you can have a look at this one. It's okay. You won't have a bad time watching it. I will try to be quick also when it comes to Recalled, a thriller, a South Korean thriller by Seo Min, which has a good concept, a good starting point, which is a married woman who has lost her memory and who is being accompanied by her husband to rebuild her life, but whose problem is that she has some visions of murder, and so she's trying to understand what these visions mean. And on this one, I'm trying not to spoil you, but the reveal of what it is actually it's smart. I mean, I think it works. If you think a little bit, you can probably guess quite easily what there is behind these visions. But I think it was handled well enough that you are always curious about their meaning, and when it comes to the revelation, it works pretty well, basically. Then once we know what is behind the whole story, I think it gets a bit more clumsy, maybe a bit more heavy in its approach, a bit more melodramatic, but still it works enough. The performance are also a bit uneven, so it's not a great film, but thanks to a good concept and a decently used throughout the film, it still makes for an okay film, for an okay good film, which is worth a watch. It's not the greatest. There could be a better way to handle the story, I think, but still quite okay. We continue with another South Korean production, this one directed by Kim Tae-young, which is The Eighth Night, horror film with a bit of spiritual side, let's put it this way. And it's a bit like The Sun Does Not Move. That's like two movies in one with this one. So on one side we have your typical generic horror film with some kind of powerful, I can't remember if it's an evil god or a demon. Anyway, some evil presence from the other side, who is going to reincarnate and make a mess in the world. And so we have two monks who are supposed to stop this thing from happening. And so the horror side of this film is unfortunately what you can expect, with a couple of jump cuts there, a couple of the usual tropes of this kind of horror film. But you have already seen them many times. It's like the J-horror time. I mean, it's already been done many times, and this one does it correctly, but with nothing new to provide any greater interest for you during those horrific scenes. So pretty weak on that aspect. Not necessarily weak, but just average. It's decently made, but just with no originality or nothing new to the mix. But I still think the movie is worth a watch because there is another side of it, which is more like a spiritual journey. So we have two monks who are investigating and who are trying to prevent this supernatural force to reincarnate. And one has a vow well, basically he has vowed to remain mute, so he cannot talk. So when he has to speak, he has to write, and so that creates something interesting there. And the other monk is somebody who has a big trauma, who has done something wrong in his past, and who is trying to pay for it, and is really burdened by this trauma, by this sin, by his previous action. And I think that's the spiritual journey of these two characters, which is the most interesting in the film. The last one I talk about, the one who was a trauma, who he has to carry a trauma with him, is played by Lee Jung-min. I already talked about him from Miracle's Letter to the President, and I think he's really very good in this one. He's really focused extremely on his character. He puts a lot of determination, of energy. You see he's really into the emotion and the pain of his character, and he's really trying to do the good in order to pay for the bad deed he did in his past. And I think he delivers a great performance there. And I would have really preferred if the film just had almost removed its horrific story and its horrific effect, and had just follow the spiritual journey of those characters. And if the other storyline, the main storyline, was just a pretext in order for us to see the evolution of these two monks, I think that would have been more successful this way. As I said, the way it has been done, we have like two films in one good, one average. So that makes this Eighth Night a decent watch. But yeah, there was something better, I think, hidden there. Still, as I said, worth a watch, this Eighth Night. We leave South Korea for Russia with Mayor Grom, directed by Oleg Trofim. So Mayor Grom, it's the story of a super cop in St. Petersburg, and he's going to be confronted with some kind of evil superhero, some kind of modern version of V for Vendetta. Some guy using a social network in order to call for revolution, killing some politicians or businessmen who are corrupted, but doing it, of course, without the law behind him, and trying, as I said, to destabilize the state and the regime for his own nefarious objective. Mayor Grom, actually, when it comes to the technique, is pretty well made. You have a good direction, a nice photography, a good use of St. Petersburg location. St. Petersburg, which is a very nice city. If you have the opportunity to visit it, don't hesitate. And also some fairly well-made action scene, even if the first action scene, the one which opened the film, is the best, and after that, even if the rest is okay, it never gets as good as the opening scene. But all in all, when it comes to the action, to the technique, it's pretty good. The actors have charisma and are convincing as well. The villain, the Mayor Grom, the villain has an interesting look as well, and some interesting gadgets. So when it comes to all these aspects, it's pretty good. My only reservation comes to the story and the message in the story. As I say, there is a bit of V for Vendetta, but the other side of V for Vendetta, not promoting revolution, but actually condemning it and trying to warn the citizen against the danger of fake news and social network. And I think there is some truth to that. You have to be careful of disinformation. You have to be careful of social network, the use of social network. That's certainly true, and there is some validity in this message and in this claim of Mayor Grom. But you have to be also aware that it is a Russian film, and that the power in Russia is very quick to denounce social network and disinformation. What it calls disinformation, but disinformation is just what is not its own news and its own propaganda. So when it comes to Russia, to have a film like this, which is criticizing fake news and revolution, color revolution, for its own agenda, I'm a little bit cautious and skeptical there. I think you need to be careful with fake news on social network for sure, but you need to be also very careful of official propaganda and this idea that stability is the thing which justify any other kind of abuse. So on that, I think the movie is a little bit ambiguous, and you need to keep a critical mind there. But otherwise, it's a decent entertainment and pretty good film to watch. And now let's go to China. Yeah, again, but not for DTV. Yeah, we have escaped most of them now, and we are going to talk this time of Cliff Walkers, directed by Zhang Yimou. Zhang Yimou, a director I personally like, but not necessarily for his blockbusters. Hero, The Great Wall, I'm not that convinced by these films, but I like the Zhang Yimou who did social films. I think he did many great social Chinese films, so I like more this vibe, this side of Zhang Yimou's filmography. With Cliff Walkers, we have a spy movie, fairly ambitious, yeah, we can say that, which is set in the 30s during the time of Manchukuo. So Manchukuo was the puppet state created by Japan in Manchuria, and most of the action of Cliff Walkers take place in Harbin during winter, during the 30s, with some patriots trying to identify, locate a guy who can testimony on the camp 731, and so they need to bring him back to China. And so several team of Chinese secret agents are sent there to bring him back, but there are some traitors, and you have the counter operations of the Manchukuo, so the pro-Japanese faction, and all these people are going to try to manipulate each other, and there will be some who are going to switch loyalty and all these kind of things. So it's a pure spy film in the 30s in Harbin. The film looks beautiful. The recreation of Harbin in the 30s is top-notch. The winter time also creates an interesting atmosphere there. You have some nice suspenseful set pieces. For example, there is some chase in the back street of Harbin, which is a bit like a maze. It makes for some nice moments. So pretty good film on all these fronts. My only complaint when it comes to Cliffwalkers is that sometimes it tries too hard to confuse the audience. So at some point you don't really know anymore if this guy is really with this faction or if he's actually a traitor, and he's playing on that and this kind of appearance, and I think he's pushing it maybe a little bit too far at some point, and the film would have benefited and would have been better, in my opinion, if it had been a bit more subtle and a bit more reserved when it comes to this switch of loyalty, this kind of spy intrigue. But it's a small flaw, and Cliffwalker is still a really good film, which you should check if you have the opportunity. We had not talked about any Indian film yet, so that's going to be the opportunity now to do it with Doctor, directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar. Doctor is a very weird film. It's basically a dark comedy around child kidnapping. Yeah, that's a weird concept. Doctor is the main character. It's a doctor, so someone very smart, very talented, but who is also very reserved in his emotions. He's basically shown no emotion, and because of that, because of his lack of expression, his fiancée is going to break their wedding. But then the little kid of the family of the fiancé, of the girlfriend, is going to be kidnapped, and so this guy, this doctor, is going to help them to find her back. And his way of finding her back is to kidnap the kidnappers. So he's going to find the guy who has kidnapped her, and then he's going to kidnap the guy, torture him, make him join him in order to find another step, so who he has sold the girl to, and he's going to do that again and again and again until he reached the final stage of the human trafficking gang. It's a quite surprising concept, but it works pretty well. There are some very weird characters, some imaginative, creative set pieces. You have, for example, a fight scene in a metro when everything is dark. Nobody sees, or at least the bad guy don't see the good guys who have been more prepared. It's a very weird film. At this point, I'm still not sure if I really enjoyed it that much, because it's always changing. You never know if it's, at one point it's dramatic, and at one point it gets comedic, and it changes so abruptly. Sometimes you don't really know how you are supposed to feel at that moment. But that also makes for its originality, and that also makes for its own personality, and it's very unique in a way. And so it's a real UFO of a film, a very weird animal of a film, but it's very original, and I think it's well handled enough for you to have a look at it. This Doctor, yeah. I'm still not sure how I like the film, but it has some very good moments, and if you are curious, I think you should really watch it. Another good Indian film, it's Karnan, directed by Mari Selvaraj. It's a Tamil film, so a film from the south of India. And from my limited knowledge of Tamil film, it seems many of them or at least they are very talented to do some kind of countryside western. Rivalities between village in the countryside of India, and that's what happens in this Karnan, with a little bit of a Miracle's Letter to the President, the South Korean film I already talked about because here we have a village which has no public transportation. So unlike Miracle's letter to the president, where they needed a train station, what they are lacking in Karnan is a bus station. And the bus station is in the other village, and this other village is taking advantage of this bus station to abuse and exploit the other village. And so the villagers without the bus station are going to fight in order to get this bus station. And so that creates, as I said, some kind of Western atmosphere, a bit like a Western fight between those two villages. It's beautifully shot. That's almost a given with Indian cinema when it comes to the photography, when it comes to the art direction. They always have great stuff. It's beautiful to look at. The direction is very Indian, so it's not subtle. But it works. It works. There are some scenes like the destruction when they attack a bus. It's very heavy in the direction, in the editing, in the slow motion. But it does create a special, a very memorable scene in a way. And so in a way, it is effective. I think the movie is good. It's successful. I just have a small reservation because I already had seen a similar film, another of this kind of village rivalry film, which was Asuran, directed, made in 2019, and I found Asuran better. So I found Karnan slightly less convincing. It's still a good film, but it's a bit less good than Asuran, and so that's why I have a few reservations. I think Asuran was stronger when it comes to the emotions. Karnan is still a good film and worth a watch. But yeah, I have this little reservation. But you should check it. Tamil cinema has some very good stuff, and I think Karnan is a good way to discover it. So have a look. We move to South Korea with Hard Hit, a film by Kim Chang-joo. Which is a remake of a Spanish production called Resurection, made in 2015. The story of Hard Hit, it's a bank executive who drives his kids to school, and he receives a call on his mobile phone from a stranger, and the stranger tells him that there is a bomb in the car, and that if anybody leaves the car, then the bomb will explode. And of course, he's asking for money in order to stop his terrorist act. It's a thriller, obviously, very with a bit of a speed vibe, the famous action film with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. So we spend a lot of time in the car with the three main protagonists, which are the husband, the father, and his two kids. It's very compact, just 1 hour 30 minutes sharp. And that's a very good thing, because this way it keeps everything tight. The rhythm is very well handled. Everything moves fast and quickly. There is really no time to rest. I mean, there are a few breathing moments in the story, but they are there judiciously, and they are there where it's needed in order for the audience to breathe and to then keeps the thing moving after. So it rhythmically. Rhythm-wise, it's really a very good thriller. The story itself it's good at the beginning. Let's put it this way. You are really wondering how the main character is going to manage surviving this situation, him and his kids. You are curious about who is doing this terrorist blackmail, this kind of things. So it's all very well handled in the first half. Then at some point, basically once the police gets involved in the case, things get a bit harder to swallow. Either the police is very stupid, either the terrorist, the blackmailer, is extremely smart, because there are a lot of things which he should not have been able to manage to keep his blackmail going, but it seems like he's either very well prepared, or, as I said, the police in South Korea is really useless, because he still managed to have his thing going on. And so it's a bit hard to swallow there. There is a suspension of incredulity which is hard to keep, but fortunately, because the first half of the film was so well handled, and you are kind of invested in the characters and what is happening, that you can go with the flow basically more easily, and you are not going to necessarily think too much about that. If you think too much about some of those plot points, you are going to find things which doesn't really work that well. But if you just keep going with the flow, keep going with the story, and stay invested with the characters, then you will have a good time, and that's the main point of such a film, with a little criticism of some kind of extremely liberal capitalism in South Korea, let's put it this way, but it's really not the main point of the film, even if it brings a slightly higher level of interest, because there is at least a small message. It doesn't go very far, but it's still there, so it's already a good thing. But for the main part, Hard Hit is a good film because it is a good thriller. You are always wondering how what is going to be the next move of either the family man or the blackmailer, and it keeps things going fast. So you really have a good time watching it. The action takes place in the south of South Korea, around Busan, if I'm correct, and that's a good thing, because this way you have some nice seaside, some landscapes of the countryside and of the main city as well, which are slightly different from Seoul. So that's a small change of scenery, which is, I think, to the benefit of the film, and which is well handled by the director. You have many wide shots of the car, of course, on the highway, in the small streets, all these kind of things, and so you have a good view of the place, and it looks pretty good. Certainly worth checking one day, but maybe under other circumstances than the one described in Hard Hit. But as I said, it's a good thriller. Don't think too much, otherwise you are not going to appreciate it fully. You need to accept the suspension of incredulity, even when it gets a bit harder toward the end. But if you do, I'm pretty sure you will have a good time watching Hard Hit. Now, an anime, the only anime from this 2021 selection, and it's a Gundam anime, Mobile Suit Gundam Hataway Flash, directed by Shuko Murase. It's a bit hard for me to talk about this film because I'm familiar with the Gundam universe. I've seen the three first Gundam film which were made end 70s, early 80s. And I really enjoyed it, actually. I really like the Gundam universe, but I never really follow through on check the video games, the anime series, the manga, the other films which they have done. So I'm really not up to date at all when it comes to the Gundam universe. So this one, this recent Gundam film was a way for me to reconnect with the Gundam universe, and it was a bit hard. And the reason of it being so hard is that the story in the film is interesting, but it's just an introduction. It's basically an introduction to the main story, introduction of the characters, introduction of the different political factions there. And you have a little bit of fight, but it's basically just starting a more intricate story. And there is a good reason for that. It's because it's the adaptation of a trilogy, a book trilogy. And so this one is the first adaptation of the first book. And so obviously, yeah, that's interesting. It gets you curious about what is going to happen, but it's still just the beginning of the of the dinner. I'm waiting for the main dish, basically. Still, the film is actually incredibly gorgeous. Really, when it comes to the technical side, it's absolutely flawless. The animation is very smooth, very fluid. The character design, the mecha design, it's all top notch. The Gundam universe, as far as I can tell, is well respected. And what I mean by Gundam universe is having this kind of bit of a space opera world, but which try to keep some kind of realism. It's not mecha everywhere. No, we still stick mostly with the human characters, and also with all the political intrigue, which is really an important component of the Gundam universe. And as you know, following what I said with Godzilla vs Kong, I prefer this approach. Then we stay with some interesting characters, and we also have some mecha fight, but the whole point of the story is not just to have mecha fight. And so on this, Hathaway Flash does deliver, and so I had a good time watching it, and I'm certainly very curious now to see the part 2 and 3, but it's hard to say if this story is going to be great or just a bust, because I need to wait for these 2 following parts. So until then, I had a good time, good film, but let's wait and see how it goes with part 2 and 3 before having a final judgment on this film. Now, a very big production, The Battle at Lake Changjin, directed by Chen Kaige, Choyak and Dante Lam. The biggest success at the Chinese box office to this day. Is it justified? Well, as you will see with my comments, I'm not that convinced that it is justified. So, what is the story of the Battle of Lake Changjin? It's actually the story of the Battle of the Chosun Reservoir. That's the way this battle is known in the West, and that's indeed a very important battle during the Korean War. That's when the Chinese army intervened into the conflict, when the American force under the UN flag on the other allies that they had gathered were basically going to unify the Korean peninsula under their leadership, and so the Chinese force, the PLA, came in. That completely changed the physiognomy of the war, and it's brought back the situation to its starting point, basically before the northern troops invasion, and it stuck there for several years until there was finally a ceasefire. So it's indeed a very important battle of the Korean War. And when it comes to Chinese filmmakers doing film about the Korean War, I think there is always a difficulty for them to overcome, because if you look at it now in hindsight, in retrospect, in 2021, the major and basically the only gain of the Korean War for the Chinese side was to keep in power Kim Il-sung, and so to keep having the DPRK, the North Korea. And I don't think you could have argued, like 10 to 20 years after the Korean War, you could have argued that North Korea was successful and that people were happy, and it was a good thing. But since the 70s, we know that it's not the case. Obviously, when it comes to who is the best society between the two, I mean 99% I think of the population would say that it is the South, and nobody really think it's a good thing for the DPRK regime to be still in place. So it's hard to justify the war and to be very positive about it when the only result of this intervention is to keep a regime which is making most of its population suffer. And I think the filmmakers, the scriptwriter, the producers, they are aware of this difficulty, and so they try to find ways to avoid this subject directly, and that's completely the case in Battle of Lake Changjin, because the first third of the film, which is like almost 1 hour long, because it's a very long film, 3 hours long. So the very first third of the film spend a lot of time talking about the geopolitics, the strategy from both sides, the US on the Chinese side, but it does so in order to justify the Chinese intervention. And the way they do is to basically say that the Americans were going to invade China, and so in order to avoid that, it was better for the Chinese troops to enter Korea and attack directly the American forces. So that's what we have here with a typical Chinese propaganda style. Remember 1921, so it's this style with a fake Mao Zedong explaining how it is, with all the Politburo agreeing because he has such a moving speech and is really a right vision about what is going to happen. So all these kind of things. They even try to humanize him a bit more by showing his one of his sons who would end up dying in the conflict. So there is, as I say, typical Chinese propaganda there, and as it is usually the case with this kind of Chinese propaganda production, it's completely twisting the reality to their own narrative. So I'm sorry to let you know, if you are not aware, that China didn't intervene in North Korea because they felt that much threatened by the US. They certainly did felt the US to be at their door, to be a threat. That part is true, and there were also indeed some American headquarters personnel, some military personnel who were willing to get into China and to topple the Mao government. That's true, and that was the case of MacArthur, but it's still completely overemphasized in this battle at Lake Changjin, because even if there were indeed some military personnel wanting to attack China, they were a minority in the American army, and Truman, the president at the time, was completely against it. So it would not have happened, basically, or really that would have been a very daring and tricky thing to do from MacArthur. Not completely impossible, but still extremely unlikely. And the real reason for the Chinese intervention, I mean, nowadays it's basically known. We have enough information about that. We have a lot of great work from historians talking about it. And it's basically two main reasons. It's first that Mao Zedong had already committed to Kim Il-sung that he would come to his help if the situation was going badly. And the second, it's also because Mao Zedong just wanted to fight the American. He wanted to show his leadership of a new communist regime, to show his place in the communist order of the world, and show that China was really a strong power. And so that was the perfect occasion to do so, not to do it in its own country and destroying some parts of his own infrastructure, but doing it in Korea. That's just perfect, and that's why he sent the PLA there. And don't expect also that everybody was willing to go, or thought that was the best idea. Actually, many members of the Politburo back then didn't think it was a good idea. They didn't want to intervene, and Mao had to really use all his influence, all his weight there, in order to convince them and to have the PLA go in North Korea. So, as I say, typical Chinese propaganda, a lot of bullshit and a few truths there and there in order to, in order for the lies to be digested more easily. And that's really a problem for the film, because, as I said, it's a very long film, and you have almost 1 hour to this kind of super boring talk and inaccurate talk, and that kills the rhythm of the film from the very start. So it's a very bad start for Battle at Lake Changjin. Fortunately, once we are through this whole process, we then follow the soldiers going into North Korea and going to the battlefield, and then it gets better. We have 3-4 main characters. They are not original in any way. They are the classical stereotype of military, Chinese military, especially Wu Jing. I mean, it's really like your typical communist hero. But you have some little touch of humanity there and there, which makes it okay. Not great, but at least okay. You have a little bit of human touch. It's a good thing they are there. And you have some very impressive action scene. You have some suspenseful scenes. There is, for example, 2 nicely done scenes where the Chinese troops are under the threat of the American aviation, and it works really well. It's well handled, and then you have a huge battle in a little North Korean village. The Chinese force coming to the rescue against an offensive from some American soldiers, and it's really a very impressive action piece in the style of Operation Red Sea. It's pretty obvious that it's Dante Lam who shot the whole thing, and he's very good at doing this kind of battle scene, and this one is very strong, very violent. It's really a long piece of action, and you will really be into it. It's great work, really. And so just for those 2 sequences, I would say the suspense sequence and this battle sequence, I think the film is worth its price of admission. But then, by giving us such good scenes, it gets a bit too much at that point, because we still have the big battle which gives its title to the film. And then when it comes, honestly, I felt like I had already eaten enough after this previous battle that they had shot. And so the final battle is good work as well, but it feels a bit less inspired than what we saw just before. And so you are less into it comparatively. And so it's fine, but maybe it would have been better if they had been able to adjust the quantity of action a bit better, and that would have been also better if they had removed the first third of the film. And then if you did that, I think you would have a great a Korean War film. The Korean environment is also well shown on the screen, with the winter, the harsh conditions, which were real and which were very difficult for the Chinese troops, because they didn't necessarily have all the logistics needed for such an enterprise. And so there was really some heroism from the troops, and some courage, some bravery from them going there, fighting there, and I think that's fair to have a celebration of that. It's just too bad that it needs to be incorporated into this kind of blatant lies about the Korean War, and as I said, maybe a balance between the different action sequence would have been to the benefit of the film. But at the end of the day, I think it's still a pretty good war film. As I said at the beginning, does it deserve to be the highest commercial box office success in China? Not really, but the same could have been said about Wolf Warrior 2, and that's actually how it is everywhere. I mean, it's very rarely the best film which gets the highest box office anywhere in the world. So there is no difference with China. But still, I would recommend for you to watch the film. If you like war film, you should really watch it. If you are interested about the Korean War, it's always good to have another perspective of the conflict compared to the American or South Korean film. But keep your critical mind when you are watching it. Well, after the battlefield of North Korea, we move to modern South Korea with a film called Seobok, directed by Lee Yong-ju. Seobok is the story of an artificial human being, someone who has been created artificially. He's a real human being, but he has been conceived artificially from A to Z. So it's basically a human Dolly the sheep, if you remember. And of course, this new man has some special abilities, and many different factions want to have their hand on him for their own benefit. And so there is a guy, an action guy, who is tasked with protecting him at all costs. And from there, so there is a transhumanism theme there, because there is the question of what it is to be human through this character, through this new human. And some of these subjects are a little bit touched upon, but let's not kid ourselves. Seobok is not a philosophic film. It's mainly an action film. So we have a lot of chase, we have a lot of gunfights and these kind of things, which are well handled. It's not incredible, but it's done with the right amount of professionalism. You have also a bit of a buddy movie dynamic between the two characters, because of course this new human is very naive, very innocent, and on the other hand, the bodyguard is someone who has a trauma, who has suffered in his life. So that creates an interesting dynamic between the two, and both are going to grow to the contact of the other. So this dynamic works pretty well, and that makes for a good duo there. Then you have the action scene, which, as I said, are quite okay, and you have also a little bit of reflection when it comes to what it is to be human. Not much, as I said, but still a few ideas there and there. So it's a good package that makes for a quite good film. You also have a bit of Akira spirit, the Katsuhiro Otomo manga and anime, when it comes to the power of the new human, especially at the end when he's facing like an army. It feels a bit like Tetsuo in Akira, and it looks good on screen. I mean, for live Akira adaptation, that works pretty well, and you have some flashback of Akira when you see this final sequence in the film. So good job on every aspect. Nothing great, but everything good. And so yeah, Seobok is a good recommendation for a smart, well-made action film. A smart, well-made action film, that's something I can also say about the next film I'm going to talk about, which is the Fable Chapter 2, also known as the Fable, a contract killer that doesn't kill. Directed by Kan Eguchi, so Japanese film, obviously. And this one is more on the comedy side compared to Seobok. It's once again a manga adaptation. The previous film, the first Fable, had been made, I think, 2 years ago, 2019, I think. And in it, we follow a contract killer, a very, very efficient contract killer who, after a successful mission, has to lie down for a while, for 1 year. He has to make himself being forgotten. And so he has to basically find, to have a normal life for 1 year, find a job, just be in like everybody else. And as this guy is a superhuman killer who doesn't know really much outside of this line of work. It leads to a lot of very funny situation. He's going to find a job in a small birthday cart shop, these kind of things. He's going to do a bit of drawings there. He's going to do a bit of odd jobs. We have some weird characters in this company as well, so that creates some interesting reaction, because he has this very stoic face during everything he's being asked, but as he has this almost superhuman capacities, he managed to do most of them very quickly and very efficiently, and so that creates a lot of very funny situation. And so the Fable #1 was a pretty good film. I really enjoyed it. Especially because the action scene were also extremely well made. I already talked about Japan having some very good action scene in 2021 with The Sun Does Not Move, and this one is another case. I mean, the Fable series is another case. Both films, the first and the second, have some very well made action scenes. And the first one had a very classic storyline. It was basically this weird character who found himself involved into a Yakuza gang war, and so that was the very classic Yakuza story. And then you would have the comedy element and the action element, which is this killer who cannot kill, because during his time, this 1 year time where he has to be discreet, he's not allowed to kill anybody as well, so that adds a difficulty for him. And so 2 years later, in 2021, we have this second chapter, the Fable Part 2, which in my opinion is slightly less good than the first one, and I think the main reason for that are the antagonists, the bad guys. It's a weird motley crew of a politician who wants to do justice by himself, and who is assisted by a girl who is handicapped, and a guy who is able to fight a bit. It's a weird team, and I don't think they are that interesting, or they create the kind of threat which is enough to make it exciting, because we know that the killer is 3, 4, 5 levels higher than this guy. Also, having the girl being handicapped leads to quite a few dramatic moments, melodramatic moments sometimes, and I think they push a bit too far on this aspect. And so that's why I think the chapter 2 is slightly less successful as a film compared to the first one. But still, we still have some good comedy moments. We still have some good action scene. The action scene here is the killer fighting on a scaffolding, and there are a lot of people attacking him, and some of them fall. He has some snipers also, so that makes for a very intricate and a very exciting fight scene. This one is really great, and we also have all these characters that we already have learned to appreciate from the first film. The killer also has an assistant who is very funny, very interesting. So it's still a pleasure to watch this Fable 2, but story-wise, and when it comes to the dramatic aspect, I think it's a bit weaker compared to the first one. But I would still recommend to watch this Fable 2, because it's still very fun. And I'm really hoping that they are going to continue with it, and we will have in 1 or 2 years Fable Chapter 3. Let's go to Taiwan with Gatao The Last Stray, directed by Changjin. Gatao The Last Stray, it's actually the 3rd episode of the Gatao saga. Gatao saga, it's a saga of triad films, and it's typical of this kind of sequels, meaning that there is no link between the first and the second and the third. They're all different stories. The only thing they have in common is that they are triad films, so it's like the In the Line of Duty series from Hong Kong, or the Brutal Tales of Chivalry series in Japan. So no link between them, only a thematic link, which is the triad. And it seems like Taiwan is starting to develop this kind of genre. During the 80s, 90s, there were not really many triad films being produced in Taiwan, because back then Hong Kong was really the dominant force, the cultural dominant force, and that's them who were basically doing this kind of film. But nowadays, given that the pretty sad state of the Hong Kong film industry, and given also that with the national security law, there will probably be even less possibilities to do things dealing with crime, it makes sense for Taiwan to continue in this path and become the new place to have this kind of gangster films. They already did some good job with manga in I think it was in 2010. Then we had the first Gatao, which was quite okay, around 2015, something like that. Then we had the second Gatao, and then we have this third installment in 2021, which is as good as the two previous one, in my opinion. You have a typical gangster film story with two gangs fighting each other for the control of a territory. One of those gangs doing drug, the other not doing drug. That's really a classic from a gangster film. And so there are a few, I would not say originality, it's a bit too much, but it tries to have a few differences, a few things which makes it not completely generic, and that's a good thing there, even if it's not groundbreaking in any way, but it has at least this merit. But the main thing which makes Gatao the Last Stray interesting, in my opinion, is that aside from this classical triad story, we also have a love story. The main character, who is underboss in one of those triad, is going to fall in love with a young photographer who is completely oblivious, unaware of this criminal world, and so she will discover it through this guy, and she will also try to learn how to deal with the difficult situation that they are facing. And I think that's a good angle that helps to make the characters more relatable and more have more interest for them and feel for them a bit more than if they are just your generic gangster. I really think the director did a good job on that, on combining those two aspects harmoniously, and I think it works pretty well. You really have the best of both worlds there. If you are into gangster film, triad film, you will have what you want, the big fight between gangs with stick, with whatever, with knives, all this kind of stuff. You have it there. You will have some tense discussion between the bosses. You will have chase. All the ingredients are there, but you also have a bit of a more tender side between these two lovers. And also you have the background of Taiwan, which makes it slightly different from the many triad films from Hong Kong that we have all seen. So yeah, at the end, I think this Gatao the Last Stray is a good continuation of the Gatao saga, and I hope Taiwan will keep going in this direction and will keep developing more gangster films. They have everything available for them in order to do some interesting films in this genre, so they should keep going, in my opinion. Let's go away from Asia for once with The Innocents from Eskil Vogt, a Norwegian film. The Innocents, it's the story of a few kids in a suburb in Norway. They are going to meet each other, they are going to be friends with each other, but they are there is a catch there. It's that they actually have some powers, so a bit like the Akira style powers, which they are just starting to discover. And of course, kids with powers, it never really leads to a great situation, and that's going to be the case here. Things are going to get messy and bloody. But it's a really interesting story with a typical Scandinavian touch. So it's very naturalistic when it comes to the direction, a bit of a documentary style with a very pastel photography as well. It's all you can expect, I want to say, from a Scandinavian film, with a rhythm which is also slow, but which knows what it's doing. I mean, there is a real crescendo there, which makes complete sense. We get accustomed to the kids, we learn to like them, we appreciate their innocence and their pleasure in very simple games. But at the same time, and that's, I think, what makes the movie so successful, we can see that there is a darker side to them as well, that there is also a kind of natural cruelty at the same time as there is this innocence. And of course, once you add the powers that they are starting to develop, as I said, things are going to get extremely tense, and the more you go in the story, the more it gets like a horror film, and the direction also takes this path as well, adopt this kind of style, this kind of tropes from horror film, and this transition is done very smoothly, and you are really always with the characters. And so when they start to really use the full range of their power, even if it's rather discreet. I mean, it's not Marvel-like powers or a lot of CGI or stuff like that, but as it is very grounded in the reality, when things get bad, you really feel it very strongly. And so during the last fourth of the film, you are really into it, and you feel each time there is something, there is some pain, there is some death going on, and so it's quite successful. It's a really good film from Eskil Vogt. He has done a good job there. If you are into Scandinavian film, and if you are into genre film as well, you should like this one, The Innocents. After this short break outside from Asia, let's go back with Hong Kong and a film called Zero to Hero, directed by Jimmy Wan. Zero to Hero, it's the adaptation of the life of a Paralympic athlete named So Wai, so Hong Kong Paralympic athlete, who is actually the most decorated athlete in Hong Kong when it comes to Olympic Games. He has won some medals in 3 different Olympics throughout his career. So someone with who has achieved a lot when it comes to this kind of competition. And so here we have an adaptation of his life. It's classic sport film, but of course the fact that it is someone with a mental disability makes it almost automatically, it makes you automatically want to root for him, basically. He's really, he has an innocence there, he has a fragility which you will necessarily have some empathy with him. That's almost unavoidable, and so on that the film managed to create the empathy that you will have, thanks in part to the great performance of the actor playing So Wai, who I don't remember who it is, unfortunately, but he does a great job, and he's also well helped by the other member of the cast, and especially the one playing his mother, who is Sandra Ng, an actress from Hong Kong who is quite famous. I mean, if you have seen quite a few Hong Kong films, you will be familiar with her, and you know that she has a lot of talent, and of course she delivers here once again in a more low-key style compared to a more crazy comedy style of the 80s or the 90s. But she does a great performance, and it really makes for a perfect duo with the actor playing Soho. The story, as I said, is typical sport film with a lot of obstacles for this guy to pass in order to finally achieve his dream of being an Olympic champion. It's a classic structure which is always efficient, but at the same time the smart thing from Jimmy Wan is that he also added a little social dimension, let's put it this way, because Soho obviously he cannot really make a living just out of this athlete career, and so he is basically financed by his family, and his family is a grassroots family. I mean, they are not rich, so it's a lot of work for them to be able to sustain the career of Soho, and that leads to some quite touching moment, and that leads to some serious interrogation from him about how to be able to continue his career, but for his family not to also suffer from it. So at some point he does a lot of endorsement of commercial, this kind of thing, but then it means he cannot train as much as he needs, and so you have this kind of questions which are always there for professional athletes on how to deal between the money side and the performance side. And I think it was handled very efficiently in Zero to Hero. So you have a little bit of message there. You have somebody you really want to root for, and some touching moments there, and a good professional direction from Jimmy Wan. So Zero to Hero, actually one of the, I think it's in the top 5 of the local film at the box office. It managed to get a good result in Hong Kong, and that's a good thing, and it's certainly a great tribute to the talent and the achievement of Soho. So I would really recommend this Zero to Hero, good sport film. Check it out. We go back to South Korea with Shark the Beginning, directed by Che Yo-jun. I'm cheating a little bit with this one because it's actually a TV movie, but anyway, it's a movie, so I just include it anyway, especially as I think it's a really good film which is certainly worth a watch. Shark the Beginning, it's the story of a student who is bullied at school, and at some point he wants to defend himself against the guy who is always torturing him, but he ends up hurting him very badly, breaking one of his eye, and so because of that he's sent into prison. And when he's there, obviously there are some other big bullies there, and it starts the process, the cycle again. And so in order to defend himself, he is going to ask a former MMA champion who is also in the prison to teach him. And if you're familiar with manga, Japanese manga, you may find some similarities with Shamo, and I think indeed there are a bit of inspiration there, but it's not as dark as Shamo. It's a bit lighter, but actually what the film is, in my opinion, is a kung fu film. Behind this anti-bullying message, behind this prison set, the main story is a classic martial art story of trying to become a better person through martial art, through a strict discipline. It's basically the 36th chamber of Shaolin, but in a prison in South Korea. And then of course you will have the relationship which will build between the master and the student, and I think it follows this kind of genre very closely, but also with quite some talent. It works, and you really feel the the way that martial arts managed to save this guy and to respect himself more, and that leads also to a few fights there and there, which are okay, which are directed well enough. It's not the greatest. I mean, it's not Sammo Hung, it's not Lo Kar-leung, but it's decent enough. There is only one little shortcoming, which is the ending. In my opinion, the final fight is a bit underwhelming compared to the other fights, either when it comes to the choreography or either when it comes to the direction. I think the choice of the angles or the editing was not as sharp as the other fight. So my guess is that they probably did it at the end of the film and they didn't have much time left, and so it ends up being less successful as the previous fight. But it's a small problem. It won't detract you from appreciating what the film offers. So as I said, an anti-bullying message, bullying being quite prevalent in South Korea, so that's always a good thing to say, a good message to pass. Then the classic martial art training story, which is also always a joy to watch when it's handled professionally, and so yeah, and a few good fights there and there. So nice film to watch. Really enjoyed it personally. I didn't expect anything at all, and it was a very nice surprise. So I would certainly advise you to watch Shark at the beginning. When I talk about Ladies Market, I had talked about the Hong Kong government initiative for first-time filmmakers, and I had said that Ladies Market represented the worst of this initiative, of this program. Fortunately, there are films under this program which are much more interesting, and that's the case of the one I'm going to talk right now, and it's called Unrolled Cigarettes, and it's directed by Kelvin Chan. Kelvin Chan is an actor, a supporting actor, fairly young, and obviously, as I said here, it's his first film. We go into the classic Hong Kong genre, which is the gangster kind of film. The film actually opens with a group of soldiers from the UK, I mean Hong Kong, soldiers recruited in Hong Kong locally, but with the handover in 97, they lose their job, obviously, because England is leaving, and so they have to rebuild their life, find a new career. And we follow one of these former soldiers nowadays, living in Chungking Mansion, and basically dealing with a few criminals in order to survive. And there is he's going to meet an Indian guy who is carrying a bag full of drugs and who is being chased by some dangerous criminals, and so he's going to help him by staying at his place for a price, because they don't really necessarily like each other, but throughout the course of the film the relationship will evolve, and that will lead to something a bit more positive. So as I said, Unrolled Cigarette is a throwback to this kind of Hong Kong gangster film, with a lot of night scene, back streets, a bit of dirty, seedy atmosphere, and the film also clearly benefits from being shot in Chungking Mansion. Chungking Mansion, if you are not aware of it, it's in Tsim Sha Tsui. It's a building full of shops, restaurants, hotel, and also residential as well. But what makes its particularity is that it's populated by a lot of minority. So you have a lot of people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Philippines, Indonesia. So all the minorities are there, basically. You also have people from Africa, and so that makes for a very interesting atmosphere, which is not that usual in Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a very cosmopolitan. I mean, it has a lot of people from different places, but here there is really a concentration of minority, and it's also not the richest, so it has a raw aspect there. And for Hong Kong people, usually Chungking Mansion is associated with crime. So if you talk with a Hong Kong person, and if you tell them you are going to Chungking Mansion, they will tell you, oh, be careful, it's very dangerous there. If, like me, you come from Europe and you have been in a few suburb in Europe or next to a train station, I guarantee you that you are not really going to feel that much in danger in Chungking Mansion. But anyway, that makes for a good location for the action of Unrolled Cigarette, and something which I really appreciate, and it's something which has been growing in Hong Kong cinema for a few years now. It's that we have characters from minorities, and they are not necessarily shown in a negative light. I mean, if you take films from the 80s and 90s, often they were shown in a very bad light. But I think for about 10 to 20 years now, there have been some progress made on that front, and you have quite a few actors from Indian, Nepalese origin who are making some small career in the Hong Kong film industry, and who are showing a more positive light to a minority in Hong Kong. When it comes to Unrolled Cigarette, it's a bit of a mixed bag, because they are still shown here as dealing with crime, doing things illegal, but at the same time they are also humanized. They are shown as normal human beings. You have an Indian kid who is shown as somebody who is very kind and brilliant, and so not somebody who should enter crime in future. So there is some positive. There is still a few cliché associated to a minority in Hong Kong, but for the most part I think it's very positive when it comes to the image it shows of a minority in Hong Kong, and in this case of the Indian minority. So just for that alone, I think that the film is worth. But then you also have a great actor with Gordon Lam playing the main part, and there is an interesting dynamic between him and the Indian guy that he agrees to stay at his place. It's very tense. It's actually a bit mean, but it makes it for enjoyable viewing in a way. And as I said, that developed into a more positive direction. Technically, it's really well done, surprisingly well done for a first film. The photography is really nice. It managed to capture this night atmosphere in Hong Kong very well, using some neons also. You have it's a small budget film, so you cannot expect too much, but there are a few action scenes as well. A chase scene which is quite well made, and you also have the final of the film, which is a long tracking shot, and which is interesting. I mean, you can see that there have been a lot of thinking which has been put behind it. I'm not sure if they managed to get it in just one take. Probably not, because it seems fairly complex things going on there. But anyway, they managed to get it at some point, and it looks really good in the film. So this Unrolled Cigarette is a nice surprise, a nice throwback to the time of Hong Kong as the capital of this kind of a gangster film with a gritty atmosphere. So I would really recommend it, and yeah, just support it, support this kind of first-time directors. They are doing a good job, and this Unrolled Cigarette is certainly deserving a watch. We go back to South Korea, but not exactly South Korea, because it's Escape from Mogadishu, directed by Ryu Seung-wan, and the film actually takes place in Somalia. We have two embassies there in Somalia. The South Korean embassy, the North Korean embassy. I don't remember exactly when it's supposed to take place. I think it's supposed to take place in the 80s. And of course, in Somalia, there will be a civil war, and that's going to be very tricky for both embassies, and they will need to gather their force in order to manage to survive and to escape the country. Ryu Sang-wan, the director, is kind of a specialist of this kind of blockbuster action, patriotic blockbuster in South Korea. I'm not a big fan of him, to be honest. I think it's sometimes overly nationalistic and dramatic, and I'm thinking here at Battleship Island. But sometimes he's able to do some good job. I like his Berlin Files, for example, a spy action film set in Berlin. And I think Escape from Mogadishu is one of his best films, actually. It has the classical let's reunite symbolically the two Korea scenario. I mean, that's something we have already seen in many films, but it's a concept which always works if you do it with enough care, and that's the case here. And we also have some nice action scenes which are kind of expected from him. The atmosphere of civil war in Somalia is well recreated. There is a little bit of cliche when it comes to Africa, I guess, but there was indeed a civil war in Somalia, so you can't really blame him for showing these kind of things. And the highlight of Escape from Mogadishu is certainly the final chase scene, which has a bit of a Fury Road vibe, Mad Max vibe, because the personnel of the embassy, they have to go through the city to reach another embassy, and to do so they customize some cars, and they do that using books, using magazines, anything they can get their hands on, and they put it on the car. So that creates an interesting customized car with a very interesting look. And of course it won't be peaceful going from their embassy to this other foreign embassy, and that will lead to a lot of trouble on the way, and a great action scene for us, the viewers. So yeah, this Escape from Mogadishu, I really enjoyed it. As I said, for me, that's probably one of the very best films from Ryu Sang-wan. Nice Korean blockbuster. I think it was actually either the most or second most successful film in South Korea, local. Let's go in England with Last Night in Soho, directed by Edgar Wright, so a famous director from Baby Driver, Scott Pilgrim, Hot Fuzz, very talented director, no doubt there, who is doing with this film an exploration of the dark side of the London in the 60s, the swinging London, through two parallel women, so one living in the 60s and the other one living nowadays, discovering London. And then the films move slowly but surely in the horror territory and in the giallo territory, this kind of Italian psycho killer film. And so it tries to blend all these things, and it does it with quite some talent, because Edgar Wright is a great filmmaker. He has certainly a talent when it comes to directing and when it comes to editing. He put a lot of work in the editing part, and it really shows in all his films, and Last Night in Soho is no exception. It's a very flamboyant, very creative film. I have just one regret as far as I'm concerned. I think the way the story moves, it works pretty well during the first half, but I think at some point the main character having some visions, and we have it several times in the film, and I think at some point it gets a bit too much. It gets a bit repetitive. We expect she's going to have some visions, and it just doesn't lead to anything. And I think at some point the story needs to move, and we should really get to the final word about what is happening there. And I think he overstays this mechanism in one or two scenes. So it's not a big problem, but yeah, at some point in the movie I was thinking maybe it's time to keep going with the story and to reach the conclusion. So yeah, that's my own small complaint there. But I quickly forgot it once we reached the final portion of the film, because that's when Edgar Wright go full Giallo, full Dario Argento, and I'm personally someone who love Giallo and the Dario Argento of the Golden Age. So to see Edgar Wright doing it in his own way was a real pleasure, and so I really enjoyed the ending of the film, and so I quickly forgot my little complaint about him overstaying his vision concept. But so I really recommend Last Night in Soho, a great film. I'm not going to develop much Blood of the Wolves Level 2, directed by Kazuya Shiraishi, for the simple reason that I already talked about it when I did my follow-up video about Yakuza films. If you are curious about this sequel of Blood of the Wolves, you can check the other video. You can check also the video I did about the history of the Yakuza film genre. I think it's a really good video. I really enjoyed doing it, and I'm quite happy of the results. So I would strongly recommend you to watch it, and I would recommend you to watch this second part of Blood of the Wolves. Slightly less good in my opinion than the first one, but very, very slightly. It's still a very enjoyable Yakuza film, and as you know, I like Yakuza films, so when we have a good Yakuza film in 2021, we should go for it, and you should go as well. An American film now, it's The Last Duel by Ridley Scott. Ridley Scott is a director I personally like. Of course, the Ridley Scott of Alien and Blade Runner, he is not really anymore with us. He has become more like a mercenary for a long time, actually, now, like for 30 years. But still, I think it's someone who is always able to do great film when he has the right material, when he's really motivated about it. He always also have a great visual sense. You can never be disappointed with a Ridley Scott film when it comes to the visuals. And so I'm always curious to watch his films. Some of them are not so great. I'm thinking of You, G.I. Jane, or this kind of stuff, or the 1492. But still, I think it's always worth to check what Ridley Scott is doing. And with The Last Duel, it seems to have been quite inspired, and he delivers one of his very best films since, I would say, Kingdom of Heaven, probably. It's a bit of... there is also an interesting parallel with the very first film he did, The Duelist, which is once again also a very good film, and I would really recommend it if you haven't watched it. So it's interesting to see him deal with a similar theme. I mean, it's still very different, but there is still a duel at the center of the story, and then of course it does something very differently between the two films, but they are both very good films. And so The Last Duel, it's an American film which was released with a bit of a hype, maybe not in the US or in the UK, I'm not sure, but I know it had a bit of some hype in France. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about it. I guess you probably have already heard about it. It's supposedly one of the last duel which happened, last officially sanctioned duel which happened during the Middle Age in France between two small lords for an accusation of rape. And here Ridley Scott and his scriptwriter chose to have the Rashomon effect, so we see the point of view of each of the three main characters, the Matt Damon one, the Adam Driver one, and then the final one, which is the girl. And I was a bit perplexed. I wasn't sure it would work, to be honest. At the beginning, I was wondering. And at the very first segment, the Matt Damon one, the Jean de Carouge one, I was thinking, oh, the editing is a bit. It's not very tight. I mean, you can see that they keep some blank to be filled in the two following version. So I thought it was a bit clumsy at the beginning, but actually it works really well once you watch the second and the third segment. It does make sense, and it indeed brings some new light in a playful way. And so that's this technique, this narrative techniques works very well at the end. And you also have a great recreation of Middle Age during. You also have a great recreation of the Middle Age in France. Maybe it's slightly cliche, this kind of grey Middle Age, not much colors, but at the same time it goes with the story, it goes with the image we have of Middle Age, so it still works and it's beautiful to look at anyway. And you also have a modern point of view through the vision, through the explanation of the girl's point of view, which is clearly post Me Too, and I think that's a good thing to have, because when you are doing a period film, you actually always talk about the time when the film is being produced, and so I think that's a good thing to have in this movie. Some real problematic from that time, from the Middle Age, but at the same time to have a more modern point of view involved in the story, and I think that works very well, all these different aspects. My only complaint about the film is the language, I guess, because it's a film set in France, and obviously all the main characters speak English, and for me that's a bit of a problem. I know it's a normal convention in Hollywood. I know when you have such big stars you cannot really expect anything different. They are going to speak in English, but for me to feel like I'm in this time and place, I need the language to be respected, and I would have appreciated if they were speaking French, and that's the case everywhere. I like just characters to speak their own language. I think it works better. So it's a small complaint. It was not a big problem. I was still able to appreciate the film. But yeah, I would really appreciate even more if they did respect the language. But anyway, strong recommendation for Last Duel. Most likely the last great film from Ridley Scott. Now let's go to Japan with a package of two films, Kenshin The Beginning and Kenshin The Final, both directed by Keiichi Otomo. Kenshin is the adaptation of a very famous and successful manga. It had already been adapted into a very successful trilogy, and we have exactly the same team gathering again here in order to do two more Kenshin films. I think that technically the right order is supposed to be the final and then the beginning, but I'm going to talk about the beginning first and then the final, because I think it still makes more sense this way. So in the beginning we basically see the origin of Kenshin, how he became this man who doesn't want to use his blade, his katana to kill others, and that's through a love story during, I think it's during the time of the Shinsengumi. I think it's around that. I haven't double checked, I must confess. But anyway, so we have a very classical Chambara, very good looking, very well made, but very classical as well, which is not how it is usually with the Kenshin. Kenshin being an adaptation of manga, in the previous film you always had some weird characters, some crazy ideas which are typical of manga. And it's not really the case in this one. It's the one which is the most low-key of all of them, because it's really centered on this love story, and you still have a few fights, but even them, they are not as insane, not as creative as the other episode of the saga. They are more subdued, more low-key, as I said, and that makes for a good film. But it's a bit surprising when you are used to the Kenshin style. I appreciate the attempt of doing something a bit more grounded and a bit more classical in the good sense of the term, a bit Kurosawa style, to put it simply, more like the Shambara, the samurai film of the 60s, and I think it delivers pretty well, and I had a good time watching it. But yeah, sometimes I was wondering what is the essence of Kenshin, and shouldn't there be a bit more manga elements, which is a funny thing, because when I watched the first Kenshin, the very first Kenshin, I was a bit bothered by these manga elements. I think it was going too much into the crazy ideas, because I really like the time period it's supposed to take place, the Meiji era, and I really liked the way they had recreated it, and so I would have preferred something a bit more grounded at the origin. So I learned to appreciate what Kenshin was doing, and I still enjoyed a lot the original trilogy, and I learned to accept it. But that's kind of funny to see with this Kenshin, the beginning, to see Keiichi Otomo really do what I wanted originally with the very first film, and see that if it ends up being a good film, maybe that's not exactly the complete DNA of Kenshin. So I'm a bit torn between these two aspects, but I still think it's quite successful at what it tries to achieve, and it's certainly a good continuation of the Kenshin original trilogy. And then you have Kenshin the final, which is really the final, but which is also a continuation in a way of the Kenshin the beginning. So there is a link, the main bad guy has a link to the girl that Kenshin was originally in love, but we go really back to the classic Kenshin story. So all these manga elements that I was talking about, which I thought were lacking in a way in Kenshin the beginning, are completely present here, with crazy stuff, with a guy with a machine gun instead of his hand, this kind of thing. So very manga element. Story-wise, I didn't find it that interesting, to be honest. It should have been more powerful, given the link between the two films, but the main bad guy is not that interesting to look at. It doesn't. He is shown and sold as someone very dangerous, but I don't think it works that well visually. I think the main bad guy from Kyoto Inferno was certainly much stronger. Also, while they are using they're incorporating some characters from China, and I think that's a good idea to do so, and it's great to, given the difficulty that China was having at the time, and the martial arts that they can bring as well. I think their presence in the film is a very good idea, but it's not really used fully to the full extent of what it could deliver, in my opinion. So it's a bit of a letdown there. So a few letdown there and there, as you can see with this Kenshin the final, but at the same time we have all the characters, all the actors that we have learned to appreciate from the original saga, and that's a pleasure to see them back on the screen. And we also have a great action, as we expect, from Kenji Tanigaki, the action director, who, for those of you who are not aware, is the right-hand man of Donnie Yen. He did an amazing job on the original Kenshin saga, and he did an amazing job here again. Not necessarily that much during the course of the film, but it's really in the end that he gave his best, with great fights in the mansion of the bad guy, the with the usual maestria that is able to provide. It's really very exciting, very good to watch, very well directed as well. He did a great job once again, Kenji Tanigaki. I really like what he does in general, and he's a really nice guy who I had the opportunity to interview. I'm very enthusiastic about his job, so it's a pleasure to be able to see all the great stuff that he has done once again with new two new Kenshin episodes. So even if I may sound a bit critical of the film, I still enjoyed a lot watching them on seeing again those characters that we had appreciated from the original trilogy. So I still rank them very high in the year 2021. I still think they are among the top 10 film of this year. So despite these little flaws there and there, you should still watch it, and you should watch the original Kenshin trilogy, of course, before, so that you can enjoy these two last episodes to its full extent. Amongst the best film of 2021, we have also an Indian film called White Tiger, directed by Ramin Bharani. I think it's actually a co-production between India and the US. I'm not completely sure. But anyway, it's an adaptation of a book, a very successful book, a bestseller. And it's basically the Indian version of Parasite. Bong Joon-ho's Parasite. So if you are familiar with the South Korean film, it's a bit the same concept. It's a little guy who has basically no chance to elevate, no opportunity to become someone bigger, to have a better social status, but who is very motivated to achieve that, and in order to do it, he's going to become the employee of a rich family, for a rich couple, and is going to try to take advantage of this position in order to become socially, to elevate socially. And it's obviously a critique of many different aspects of Indian society, and of the flaws of capitalism also. So all this in one, and it's as successful, I think, as Parasite when it comes to this aspect of the story, with of course its own taste, its own flavor, being set in India, being also with the caste system being involved, that creates a slightly different dynamic, but you still have the same kind of idea, the same kind of concept, and it's once again handled very well here. A great performance as well, great direction and photography. I mean, that's kind of a given, as I said already, when it comes to Indian film, and this one is no exception. You have Priyanka Chopra also, who is there, if there are people who are fan of the star. So a very interesting film to think about the situation nowadays, what it is to be this kind of class status and this class opposition in a world where inequality is getting higher and higher. I think this kind of film are very good food for thought. So I would certainly recommend you to watch The White Tiger. Another film which will be very fast, it's Raging Fire, for the simple reason that I already did a long video, a long review of the film, so I just won't repeat myself there, just that it's a good action film from Benny Chan with Donnie Yen and Nicolas Tse. Good action film in the old school Hong Kong style. So I recommend you to watch the film, and I recommend you to watch the video I made about it as well. I stay in Hong Kong with Anita, directed by Lokman Leung. Anita is a biopic of Anita Mui. Anita Mui, you are probably familiar with her because she was one of the biggest stars in Hong Kong during the 80s and the 90s. She was a film star. She was in Drunken Master 2. She was in Rouge. She was in many great Hong Kong films. She was in A Better Tomorrow 3. but she was mostly known for singing, for concert performances. She was nicknamed the Madonna of Asia. She was, as I said, extremely popular, and she died unexpectedly in 2003 from a cancer, and that was a big loss for Hong Kong pop culture in general, Hong Kong culture in general, especially as the same year, that was also the year Leslie Chung passed away. So a very tough year, 2003, for Hong Kong. And Anita is a biopic. It's a recreation of her life. It's a movie produced with a big budget. It was really almost a film which could not fail given its subject, and indeed it didn't fail. It's actually the biggest local box office success for the year 2021, so in Hong Kong, with over 70 million Hong Kong dollar at the box office, which is really an amazing number, a very impressive number, something which we didn't see much for local film for years. So it's a great news for Hong Kong cinema that they managed to have such a success which is quite fairly deserved for the film, because it's a good biopic. It's a great performance from Louise Wong, who is playing Anita. It was not an easy task for someone that young, that inexperienced, to be able to compose a believable Anita movie, but she does really a great job, and that's the main quality of the film, that it managed to get the essence of Anita movie through Louise Wong's performance. The film by itself also provides some nice recreation of Hong Kong during the 70s, 80s, 90s. It's quite gorgeous to watch. Lokman Leung was originally an art director before he became director, so he certainly has a visual sense and the sense of having the things right when it comes to the artistic direction, and it shows. We also have a good supporting cast. We have Risku, we have Gordon Lam again from Unrolled Cigarette, so good performance all around. And of course, if you like Hong Kong, if you like Hong Kong pop culture, if you like Hong Kong in general, you will necessarily be touched by some moments. I mean, they use the right music at the right time, and it's necessarily going to make you weep a little bit or cry very strongly. That's certainly what happened when I watched the film in the theater. There were quite a few people around me who I could hear were crying at the right time of the story, and that makes sense. There are indeed many moments in the film which are quite touching. So as I said, successful biopic artistically and commercially. When it comes to the flow, I still think the film, while being well made and successful, is maybe a slightly conventional. It's not trying to go into the direction which could be considered controversial, and I'm thinking here with the relationship between Anita and her mother, for example. Her mother was basically exploiting her, using her as a piggy bank, as a cash bank, and it's something which is absolutely not shown here. Her involvement when it comes to the support of the Tiananmen student is also completely erased, being a co-production with China. So there are a few things like this which have been removed, understandably in a way, but I think that was part of what made Anita Mui, and so it should be present one way or another, and I think it would have complexified and made it more rich, the portrait of who she was. But as I said, it's not that surprising, and that doesn't prevent the film from being a good biopic and a strong recommendation, obviously, from me. We had an announcement a few days ago that the movie would be on Disney Plus in a director's cut version of like 5 or 6 hours, which is like 2 to 3 times the theater cut. So there will certainly be much more if that's the case. Maybe more about our family. I don't expect there will be anything about Tiananmen though, but that's still certainly interesting as well to watch this extremely longer version of the film. But so yeah, you should check Anita, one of the best films of this year in Asia. The next one is another film from Hong Kong, but I'm a bit cheating on this one because it hasn't been released officially yet. I had the opportunity to watch it at the Hong Kong International Film Festival, and so I incorporate it here because we have been actually waiting for it for a long time, but they still haven't released it officially. I think they are really waiting for the best time, and they just don't want to have it being released during the COVID time. So maybe we will have it officially in 2022. I certainly hope so. On the film I'm talking about, I still haven't said the title. It's Septet, directed by a lot of very good directors, namely Ringo Lam, Choi Ark, Johnny To, An Oi, Patrick Tam, Yuen Wo-ping, and I think I'm forgetting one, Sammo Hung. That's it, 7. 7 directors giving their own vision of what was Hong Kong during different decades. So with Sammo, we have an evocation of his time at the China Drama Academy. With An Oi, we have a story of a teacher, on the effect that the teacher had on students. We have a love story from Patrick Tam, from 2 teenagers before they are going to be apart for the rest of their lives. We have the story of an old kung fu master on his granddaughter for Yuen Wo-ping. A story about speculation, basically, for Johnny To. And the last is a very comedy take on the Hong Kong film industry from Choi Ark. And so that's the main stories, all very different. Oh, I forgot Ringo Lam. So Ringo Lam's story is basically about a death and its consequences. So very different stories, and I would say most of them are really good and really interesting to watch. I really enjoyed the Sammo Hung one. The Ringo Lam one is extremely touching, of course, because it's his only film. He died a little bit after that, so it has an added weight because of this real life-death circumstances. The one of Yuen Wo-ping is surprisingly good. It's actually one of the very best of this omnibus film. Very funny and touching at the same time. The Choi Ark one is very smart, very witty, very clever, very funny. Yuen Wo-ping and Choi Ark probably did the 2 best segments of the film. And then we have the disappointments. The Johnny To one, I think it does manage to get the spirit of the year 2010 in Hong Kong, but the way it does it, it's not very... You're not very much involved in it, to be honest. It feels a bit like Life Without Principle, if you have watched the film. Not its best, in my opinion, so so there. An Oi, I think it would have benefited if her story had been longer. I think it's too short for her to really be able to get the emotional result that she was trying to provide. And then we have the Patrick Tam segment, which is a bit disappointing. There is some flash of Patrick Tam's genius, but sometimes it looks a bit amateur, and that's really unfortunate. But all in all, most of them are interesting and touching, and so that makes for a good viewing, this Septet. I really hope it will finally be released in good conditions. as I said, hopefully in 2022. Let's see, but when it will be released, you should certainly go watch it. And for me, as I said, it's one of the very best film of 2021. Now we have reached the top three film of 2021 for me. And the number 3 is Dune by Denis Villeneuve. I'm a big fan of Dune. I really love the Frank Herbert saga, much less the Brian Herbert, Kevin G. Anderson version of it. But the original Frank Herbert saga, I read it when I was a teenager, and it had a very strong impact on me. And since then, it has always accompanied me, and I did a lot of video games, board games. So I always had a foot in the Dune universe one way or another. I even enjoy the Lynch version, even if it took me a long time actually to enjoy it. Originally I hated it. Then when I read the book, I rewatched it and I hated it even more because I think it's a betrayal of Frank Herbert's ideas for the main part. But then with time, I don't know, I was still attracted to it in a way, and I still watched it over and over again throughout the years, and now actually I enjoy it. I like the David Lynch version, even if I think it's more like a variation on the book, and more the own take of David Lynch, and not exactly a pure, faithful adaptation of Frank Herbert's book. But that's how it is with most of the adaptations, so it's not really a surprise. But yeah, I enjoy it. I think that the Lynch version has some very creative idea. The cast is perfect, and the world building is interesting as well. But there are some big flaws. First, as I said, the betrayal of the main theme of Herbert when it comes to religion, for example, and transhumanism, and the idea of the providential man. These kind of things are not really dealt the way Herbert wanted them in the David Lynch film. So that's a big problem. The special effects, some of them work, but there are many which are just failure, and at the same time the action scenes are a complete disaster as well. So there are certainly room for improvement with this new version of Dune, and fortunately Denis Villeneuve managed to deliver. He did a film which is certainly much more faithful to the original work from Frank Herbert, and so that receive a strong approval from me, obviously. The visuals also are great, the landscape, the framing. Obviously, Denis Villeneuve has a real visual sense, and he applies it very well here. The action scenes are, for the most part, much better than the David Lynch version. I'm thinking here the attack of Arrakeen. I mean, this sequence is much better than the David Lynch version. Then when it comes to the fist fight, it's not that great, unfortunately, but maybe a slight improvement over the David Lynch. The special effects, of course, here they are all flawless. So very good adaptation. I'm very happy with what I saw, and being able to sit in theater to have the best experience possible. But now that I've sung praise for the film, I must confess I also have quite a few small criticism. All of them, they are very small criticism. They don't prevent the film from being in my top 3 and from being a great adaptation of Frank Herbert's work. But I think they could have been improved. And so amongst my my criticism, there is the casting, actually. I think most of the cast is perfectly chosen, perfectly adequate, giving, for the most part, good performances, no problem there, except for 3 of them. and the three of them are in the first place Josh Brolin playing Gurney Halleck. I'm not convinced by the way he plays the character. Gurney Halleck is a warrior, but he's also a poet, and that's an aspect which is completely absent in the way Josh Brolin plays him. He basically plays him like your average GI, American GI, this kind of army guy, and that just doesn't fit there. It would be good in Full Metal Jacket. It's not good in Dune to play Gurney Halleck, in my opinion. So not really convinced by Josh Brolin there. Not convinced either by Duncan Idaho, Jason Momoa as Duncan Idaho. I must admit that in the Lynch version, the Duncan Idaho was a bit bland, and they tried to have a stronger relationship between Paul and Duncan here, and I think that's a good choice. That was the right thing to do. But Jason Momoa as Duncan Idaho, I just don't see Duncan Idaho when I see him. I just see Jason Momoa doing Jason Momoa, and I don't think he really fits there in the Dune universe, especially if you are aware, if you know what happens in the Dune saga. You know that Duncan Idaho is an important character, and I just don't see Jason Momoa doing what happens in the sequels. So it's a bit hard to swallow there for me. And the third one is Liet Kynes, so the change of gender for Liet Kynes. I'm not convinced about it because first I loved Max von Sydow in the David Lynch version, and I just don't see really the point. I know what is the point there in order to have more strong female characters, but there are already strong female characters in Dune. You have Jessica, which is a very strong female character, and if you really wanted to have some others, they could have expanded on Shadut Mapes, on Chani, or maybe have Princess Irulan. I don't know. They could have done some other way rather than swapping the gender of one of the important character of the story. I just would have preferred that, as they were very faithful with the book and keeping everything as it is in the book. I just would have liked them to stick to the book there and keep Liet Kynes as a man. But they didn't. Also, a small criticism is the heat. The film is a bit cold, which I find normal. You can't say that Dune, the book, is extremely warm when it comes to the emotions and stuff. So I find it normal on that part. But I think that when the characters are in the desert under the sun of Dune, we need to feel the heat. We need to feel like it's going to kill them if they are not wearing the distills. But I didn't feel it that much in the Denis Villeneuve version, and that's a bit of a loss for a film which is called Dune. There was especially a scene when Paul was walking in the garden, and there was a Fremen watering one of the tree there, and it made no sense because he was just walking there like nothing. There was nothing special. He was just in his normal clothes. He should not be able to be under the sun of Dune like this and not bother. I mean, otherwise, what's the point of wearing the distills and stuff? And you just don't feel the heat striking him in this scene and in most of the scene where they're in the desert. So a small disappointment there. Another disappointment, which I think in a way the movie was following the David Lynch Dune template a bit too much. It was kind of following the same narrative order, and some of the idea from the David Lynch version are also in this Denis Villeneuve's version, and I think it would have benefited if he had tried to do things a bit more differently. compared to the David Lynch version. For example, it chose to have Salusa Secundus here with the Sardaukar, and so I think that was a great idea to do that, and I wish he had done maybe a little bit more of these things rather than just following the story as it had been made in the David Lynch version. Small complaint: the Sardaukar are a type of unit I really enjoy. I really enjoy them in the original Dune book. I was extremely disappointed by them in the David Lynch adaptation. I think they completely suck, and they are certainly better in this version. So I was happy there, and I was happy to have a scene on Salusa Secundus. But there is still a problem when it comes to the power ranking, I would say, and that's a problem which is already present in the book. In the book, it's if I remember correctly, it said that something like a Sardaukar is equal to like 10 normal soldiers, and then you have a Fremen with equal to like 10 or 50 Sardaukar, and I think this kind of power difference is way too high. I accept that the Fremen are better than the Sardaukar, but I don't think they should be that better. And so there is a bit of that in Denis Villeneuve's film. The Sardaukar are introduced as these elite warriors, which they are supposed to be. Then when they enter in action, they do their job quickly and efficiently, and that's good. But then once they are fighting against our main characters, against Duncan Idaho, for example, they become just useless. They become like the stormtrooper. What the fuck? They are supposed to be the elite of the Empire. They are the Sardaukar. Duncan Idaho should have problem fighting them. Okay, he can be a great warrior. He can be better than some of them. I can accept that. But he should not be able to kill like 10 or 15 of them like they are just whatever, like that, like basic extra, like the stormtroopers in Star Wars. It's a shame for the Sardaukar's name. So there is still room for improvement when it comes to the treatment of the Sardaukar. Denis Villeneuve has done a good job on that, but still some problems with them, in my opinion. And so that's all my small disappointment. As I said, they are all nitpicking small things, and it doesn't distract from Dune, this version of Dune being a very good adaptation, and I'm looking forward to watch the second part of the story. Then the second film, the number 2 film of 2021 for me, that was Go Back, a South Korean film directed by So Eun-young. It's a movie I didn't expect anything about. I actually watched it at the end of 2021, and it was more like, I need to watch all the movie I have of 2021 for this video. But I didn't expect anything from it, and I was really surprised to be so much touched by it. The story of Go Back, it's a very simple story. We follow mainly 2 characters, a young police officer, a woman, and a young social worker, a woman as well. And there is a kidnapping of a young kid, and so the young policewoman is going to investigate about it. And through this kidnapping, we are going to discover the world of children abuse, basically, how that happens in different houses, and how powerless the social services, the law, is to deal with this kind of situation. And the social worker I was talking about is someone who is taking her job very seriously, and she really feels for these kids, and she really wants to help them. That makes her go too far compared to what the law allows, and that creates problem for her. And these different characters and this different storyline will all lead to the same point, and makes for a very engaging film as far as I'm concerned. I think it dealt with the subject in a subtle but cautious way. It was hitting you where it should, where it would be painful. I think the direction was also very inspired. not something extremely flashy, but the right effect at the right time. For example, there is a moment where the social worker receives a call from a kid who is going to be bitten by her father, and so she tries to go there cycling as quickly as she can, and then you have the music playing normally, but the scene itself is playing in slow motion, and I think it really shows visually the feeling of the character, that she doesn't feel like she's going fast enough to save this poor kid. And there are a lot of this kind of very simple but very efficient effect which fits with the character and the story. You have also a little bit of horror inspiration sometimes when we are with the kids with its father. So I think they are really used as they should, with the right degree of inspiration, creativity, but not too obvious, not distracting either. And I think it asks the right questions about what it is, what to do in this kind of situation, in this kind of child abuse, and all the actors are very into their characters and into the story, and that helps also to create the emotion. So I really felt the emotion watching Go Back, which as I said, I didn't really expect it at all. I saw on the web some people not as much convinced as me, finding the story too simple, not really going too far, but I think that's actually the quality of the film. It's fairly short, but as you have seen with this retrospective of 2021, there are way too many films nowadays which are too long, which doesn't really need to be that long. So when there is a story which goes to the point, I really appreciate it, and I think that's what they did with Go Back, and they did the right thing there. You also have a bit more subtlety than it may look. It's not all about the poor kids. There is also some questions being raised about their own cruelty, things like this, a bit like the Innocence, the Norwegian film. So I think it gives a good portrait of this situation, of the different issues that there is around that when it comes to the law, when it comes to the personal involvement, when it comes to what we should do about it. It's not easy question. There is no easy answer to these questions, and I think the movie shows it truthfully. And so I really had a good time despite its heavy subject watching Go Back, and that's why I think I ranked it in this second place of the year 2021. And the number one film for the year 2021, as far as I'm concerned, is Limbo, directed by Soi Chung. So a cop story in Hong Kong, and that's a bit of a surprise for me. Not that I dislike Soi Chung, that's not the case. I think he's a good director, but he's a bit uneven. Sometimes he can do great stuff, sometimes it's a bit more generic. And when it comes to Limbo, the film actually had a bit of hype when I had the opportunity to watch it, but I was a bit cautious. I was not sure it would be as good as some people were saying, but actually it was as good as what they were saying, so I should have trusted them there. Limbo is a fairly simple story. It's the hunt for a serial killer in Hong Kong by two policemen. And the story itself is, as I said, fairly basic, but what makes the film so great is the atmosphere, it's the mood that Soi Chung has managed to create with a beautiful black and white, and we are in a parallel Hong Kong, a deliquescent Hong Kong, always in the back street full of garbage, with people who are in pain all the time. All this suffering is really there on the screen in every aspect, in every detail. For example, the police station where they are working. It's not like in Crime Story, high tech, very modern building. No, it's a small place which is overly crowded, where it's obviously too hot. It's an horrible place, and that's how Hong Kong is described in its entirety. It's a place which is almost going to blow up under the pressure, a pressure cooker basically of a city, and it's very beautifully visualized by Soi Chang. And it goes along with the story, because as I said, the story, the serial killer thing is fairly classic, but at the same time we have characters who have big trauma and who are suffering, and that's the case of the main cop, played once again by the great Gordon Lam, from Unrolled Cigarette, from Anita, who is basically becoming one of the most successful and most interesting actor in Hong Kong nowadays, especially as he is not much committed, as far as I can see, into the Chinese co-production, and it seems to be more about a film which deals with Hong Kong, and that's a good thing, to have a talented actor who is really committed about doing films in Hong Kong and about Hong Kong, and he's great here. Very, very strong performance, very dark performance as well, and we should also give a big round of applause for the main actress of the film, who I don't remember her name. It's a mainland actress, if I remember correctly, and she also gives a very impressive performance, especially as she is abused mentally and physically during the whole film. I mean, she really takes a lot of it, and she does it with a lot of gusto. I mean, she really goes for it. She really embraces all the suffering of her character, and she puts it on the screen, and she really gives an amazing performance, and that really helped to create this atmosphere of pain in this delicate Hong Kong. It's also very nice to see that they are able nowadays to do this kind of very dark cop stories. That was kind of a tradition of Hong Kong cinema in a way, but with the current situation, with the development of co-production and the national security laws, there are some real questions about the capacities, the ability of Hong Kong film to keep keeping this edge, being dark, going into some very painful area of society and characters, but they managed quite well here, and so that's a good sign. We can hope that despite the difficulty, despite the censorship that the filmmakers are facing nowadays, there will still be enough room for them to do this kind of movies, and we should certainly support them in these endeavors. There is also a good soundtrack from Kenji Kawai. That's quite funny actually, because when I watched the movie I was thinking, oh, they must have used a lot of Kenji Kawai for the theme track and asked the composer to do something in the style of Kenji Kawai, because it really sounds a bit like his way of doing music. And then I realized at the end that it was indeed the real Kenji Kawai who did the music, so it's always a seal of quality to have him there. So everything went the right direction for Limbo, from an inspired director, a good composer, some extremely committed and talented actors, and the rest of the crew certainly was also committed and talented, and so that makes for a very interesting watch, a film which will stay with you in your brain after watching it for several days, maybe even longer. Personally, I still have it in me, and so that's why I give him the number one spot in this 2021 ranking. Go see Limbo, a great film on every aspect. And so that's it. It's the end of this 2021 retrospective. the longest video ever I've done. I'm not sure I will keep the same format for 2022 because it takes an awful lot of time, but still I hope you enjoy it. I hope you discovered some films this way and you will appreciate them. I will see you, of course, on the channel with another video in a few weeks. Until then, watch many films and take care.